disappointment. Now the vice president often tell me, since he got a seat as vice president, how many persons have I recommended in this government to serve in the government as presidential appointee? Zero. Every appointment in Nima County was done by him. He and I would discuss something as a brother. To implement it, you will bypass me and do different things. I don't talk on it.
Now you need to deceive us. The thing we saw, it frustrate us. So why can't you lie? Why can't you steal? Why can't you allow the citizens to be? You see, we just tell you. That's why we vote tell you. But you fool us. You screw us, you use us and later on abuse us. So why? The government should lie. Why? But that's the question that we ask.
The good person in our whole United Party, that President Bwaka. You want to say that again? The only person that appreciate good among all the United Party for that President Bwaka. The rest are ungrateful. The right, they use you and dumb you. But President Bwaka, if all of them were thinking the President Bwaka and behaving the President Bwaka, United Party will have another chance in 2029. Just for now, they don't have. They do not regard people that help them.
Three of our soldiers were executed on this party ground. 2 at the back and 1 right at the headquarters. The man who shot and killed our people today is a darling boy in the Liberia National Police. They brought him back to shoot more guns. Get ready to shoot. Because we challenge the status quo appropriately.
Inform them in the violence or still any student because of their action. It will be the day the entire Bwaka administration will cut down. We will massively violate the students in this country and we'll shut down the Bwaka administration. The day that happens, we have the capability to do so. And if they think this renovation project is a joke, let them try it. The fall of the Bwaka administration begin with this. If they think they will tumble on any student in this country or at the university like going and work away with impunity, while our children saving opponents and logic in the Western world, while we are subjected to agile power and bad learning conditions here, and the thing will say.
In the first 100 days, no car will get stuck on a major road in this country. And I mean it.
You say it out loud?
It's going down. First floor. There you have it.
That led to decades of war still run deep. But so too does the longing for reconciliation. A reconciliation defined not by political bargaining or by an artificial balance of power by tribe, region, religion, or ethnicity, but by the equality of opportunity and a better future for all Liberians.
Bwaka can lie, the government, all the ministers in the government, they can lie. Okay. They put all hustle, they put hustle, they lie. Everything they say, they never say the truth.
Today, the supporters of His Excellency Joseph Bwaka presents him as a poor man from Lofa and asserts that he will understand the plight of the poor people. Fellow Liberians, do not be fooled. First President Bwaka is not poor like you, not even as me. As Vice President, his office received more money from the government budget than any other Vice President has received in Liberia's history. He has enjoyed some of the best and most lucrative government jobs.
There's this, what I call sort of vicious lie about the fact that Mr. Pewee is gay or bring gay lifestyle to Liberia. It's complete bullshit. When people can accuse you of stealing people's money, when they can accuse you of being involved in war, anything, people don't make up stuff. They don't make up shit. Excuse my language, right? So it's complete nonsense. I'm married, 8 Teresa, 2 children, 5 grandchildren. I believe in traditional family values, so it's complete bullshit, complete nonsense.
Young man, vice president, young man that are vice president, they may just so 500,000. I mean, Jamaica, they may just went to, I forget that Jamaica, they may just went to Ghana, the fit, and they may bring it all company in the country. I mean, Kun, they can reach yourself. Kun, man, you know, Kun, but I want to sophisticated, quiet, hardcore rule in Labro. But Labro,
when 2029 come and pass, then you finally leave. Mission is completed. Now, what the rules of engagement? When the war ended, the guy said, the captain, the commander said, mission complete. There wounded outfits, all men on board.
Everywhere there is no school, I'll put school. And everywhere there is school and school in bad condition, I'll renovate it. I told them, towns and villages, everywhere you will have lights in a town for children to play and people to see. I told them every town will have safe drinking water.
If Charles Taylor is the problem, he will be out of here in the twinkle of an eye. And I say, let well-meaning Liberians come home. If we respect this constitution, a government formed in Accra is a violation of Article 1 of the Constitution. Let them come home. Let that government be formed in Monrovia.
The government that capital road, small, B road, all kinds of places. I think the reason Joseph Baga will not do much because the old man, the papa is suffering. The papa loves the country, but he can't make it. The criminal there around him, they sophisticated than him. They are sophisticated criminals. So they can't make it.
Your league Costa. God knows how to pay people. It's just simple. Costa that accused everybody but himself. Everybody, Joe, we join, we accuse Joe, he killed Joseph Boyka. Boyka still living. Joe, no, you leave better. He made me senator. He almost made Joseph Boyka president until he screwed up. We gave God the glory. Yeah. Well, Boyka, when he screwed, he said, oh, we don't want to make sure we fought for him to be reconciled with the president. And then the people who fought for him. Look, yearly Costa, you come. And Costa was in a podcast, he said, they don't been calling me. Okay. The time you were calling me for me to carry the president, Boyka, did I put it on radio? That immaturity to do what you're talking about.
And I guarantee you, when we finish, there will not be a winner or the loser. Today, we all wear the jersey of Liberia. And the victory belongs to the people, to the peace, and to our democracy. As we begin to build upon the foundation of this new Liberia, I, George Seleke Kromah, the new president, will first give thanks and praises to the Almighty God for the blessing He has bestowed upon our country. And I say, my people, thank you,
We elect on 85 irresponsible men what happened to our country. We elect on 85 irresponsible men to govern this country, not to be very irresponsible.
First of all, I've asked a question on this show and I'm yet to get an answer.
What is question, Ben?
Give me a synopsis of Joseph Boyka's economic plan. Just a synopsis. I said the whole plan. Just a synopsis. Don't tell me that it's agriculture. Don't tell me I will create job with agriculture. I need a synopsis of an economic plan. And please don't say arrest either. Don't say arrest. I need a synopsis of an economic plan.
So Ben,
how Joseph Boyka will create jobs.
Okay, in 3 minutes.
Hold on. Let me talk.
Give you 3 minutes.
No, he asked a question. Let me answer. Remember, I just come here to show you. Let me talk to you. Talk.
There's a 100-page document on that, Ben. There's a 100-page document on that.
Jackie, wait, let me tell you. Who let Jackie get it documents? She don't know what I get it documents. Listen, the synopsis of an economic plan.
Yeah.
We have said time and again that to implement economic and bring about economic growth and development, there's no standalone. You have to implement plans that are interwoven and intertwined. We've said time and again, the first thing that we would do to stimulate the economy in Liberia is to restore integrity. No matter how good your plan you work, even you draw, if you do not restore integrity in our government functions and our systems, you will never have economic growth. You will never be able to attract enterprise funding and foreign direct investment. It will just be a joke. Because let me tell you something. All these Western countries are oversaturated with investment. The people are looking for new markets and new places to carry their money. And what they'll look for, the key indicators that will attract foreign investment are the people ready to do business? And that's the first thing we are going to do, is to make Liberia ready to do business. When you tackle that, when you restore and you bring about accountability, probity, you bring about seriousness in how government, integrity in how government operates, then you can now start to implement plans and policies that will spur economic growth.
So what is that plan and policy you will implement? That's the question I asked you.
But the first thing about it is this.
I agree. You will set the place to be attractive. Give me the plan.
The first thing we're going to do is to ensure that we recapitalize or we create a new agri bank. Because let me say this to you, extractive industries are not the way forward. Any other thing, what it attracts funding into a country.
George, I swear to God, I will call you off. That Charles Bromsky plan you're talking me.
Listen,
do not try it. That's the Liberty Party plan that you split. You will not have the Liberty Party. You will not do that to Joseph. That is our plan. Agriculture bank. Listen. That is our plan in 2017, George. Shame on you for giving our intellectual property. Shame on you for giving our intellectual property to the Unity Party. George, you are supporting a man who doesn't have no plan. You are supporting a man who believes that it is his inherent right to be president because he's been in office, he's been in politics for 40 years. And at the end of the day, because he's old and Ellen didn't treat him well, and we will feel sorry for him. Do not do that, George.
But I think it's common sense to imply if you are going to defeat George Weah, the only or perhaps the few opposition candidates that can do that and make an effective argument with regards to change, it's not Joseph Boakai. I will go with CPP, Alice Cummings. He stands a better chance to making that argument that the Joseph CDC had 6 years and they failed to deliver on key promises made to the people. They failed to fight corruption. They failed to do this. They failed to create a private sector job growth. They failed to do blah, 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 blah. The Unity Party cannot make that argument effectively. You can't argue that George Weah is corrupt when massive corruption occurred for 12 years under your watch, and you did not take serious actions about that. You can argue that CDC did not build a curable health sector when for 12 years, even when millions of dollars came to during the Ebola crisis, the health sector was not built. You can argue that CDC did not transform the education sector when you were outsourcing education in our country for a few years. Even when billions of dollars came to do that. You can argue that you are the change candidate when you had 12 years and squander opportunities as according to your VP. You cannot make these arguments effectively. Dr. Monobar can argue otherwise, right? CPP can argue otherwise. Gongloe can argue otherwise. These folks have not been in government and tested like the way Joseph Boakai and Unity Party have.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. It is 5:16 on the East Coast from the beautiful state of Florida. today is going to be a very impactful day. News all over the place. We are going to break it down. We have guests. Breaking news. In the Republic of Liberia, Sam Jackson has been charged with 3 counts of manslaughter, negligent homicide, and the rest. We will delve into the charges, and then we are going to read a snippet from one of the defense lawyers of Samuel Jackson when he says, Serena Seifert says, the police director, Mr. Gregory Kromah, dwells, eats, and sleeps. Social media posturing. He said the career of Mr. Gregory Kromah, the primary pillow or the fulcrum upon which he built his career to keep his job, is public relations, PR stunts. When real jobs are there to be had, jobs to be done, Gregory Kromah likes to be in front of the news, in front of the camera at all times, at the expense of the Liberian people, who would dwell and delve in death. This is serious business. So we have 2 guests that will be coming on. We have former law enforcement officers will be here. We will have some legal minds here that will delve into the legalities. Obviously, my co-host, Fanta, is ready, prepared, and ready to fire. Oh boy, if I go into war, if I need anybody in the foxhole with me to get my back, or someone that will ride till you die, you better call on Fanta. Consistent, regular, fearless. Like her or not, she's coming. Watch out. So share the show. We're going to have a great time today. We're going to talk about issues in Liberia. We're going to talk about the headlines. And Fanta, if you are in the back, please come on. Take your seat. We are waiting to hear from you. And the rest of our panelists will be here. So tonight is going to be, it will be like a fire around, you from the interior. We'll have some round the fire. They say the fire hot, all here the bonfire. We're going to sit around the fire and discuss and talk about some of the things that are very, very difficult to talk about. It is a dirty job, but somebody has to do it. So why not us? We also have a beautiful trophy that was designed by Fanta Kamara about an award that I suggested 2 months ago here. It's called the Procedural Award. You know, when you call politicians and you ask them questions and they don't know what to say, so they just ramble, they just meander, and they tie themselves into a knot. So she designed a beautiful trophy. And Honorable Victor Nagbe is the chair of that committee, and he's going to be giving out that award. Maybe we will decide to do it weekly or daily, monthly. But yes, we do have something called the Procedural Award. By the time the show is over, we are going to ask Torgbean, Myean, to profile that trophy, beautiful trophy that was designed by Fanta. So everybody can see what it looks like. And we're going to vote either at the end of the week, middle of the week, or the beginning of the week, and we're going to ask our partners, our friends in the chat rooms, in our comment section, to actually chime in on this. Of all the guests of our panelists here that usually like to defend, including myself, there are some stuff that are just indefensible. You can't defend some of this stuff. You can try because you have the right to do so. But it just doesn't make sense sometimes, and you wrap yourself up into knots. Hence, we give you the press award, the color back home, how they call it, roll-up donut, the twist it. It comes out sweet, but as you eating it, the sugar thing kind of, wasting on your clothes. If you go into school and you're wearing one of those uniforms, you don't want to do that because it may leave spot on your beautiful uniform. So yeah, we do have men and women that come out here that want to defend the indefensible to the point where they will not answer yes or no. They just go around in circle. The more they answer, the more questions they raise. So yes, we have that. Well, wherever you are tuning in from, I'm Jerome Gayman. I will be your host. We will have all of our panelists here, and we are going to delve into these issues. There's a lot going on in the Republic of Liberia. We cannot cover all the issues, but tonight, the main topic here would be that Sam Jackson has been indicted by the Liberian National Police. It looks like he listens to our show a lot. He decided not to overcharge. So he went with manslaughter, negligent homicide. You notice he did not go for first-degree murder. Which has the highest bar to clear. Like they say in the Liberian parlance, or in, I guess, criminal justice, it is the highest bar to clear. I guess because when you are charging somebody with first-degree murder, now you have to go into their head and prove intent. Beyond all reasonable doubts. So the case has to Criminal Court A. The Sam Jackson case it's like a Pandora's box. But in Liberia and our jurisprudence, we do not even know what Pandora's box is. In the real world, when the Pandora box is open, you can't put it back in the box. So that means what is out, and you have to deal with it. In Liberia, the same story over and over and over, to the point where it sounds like a broken record. Some of the stories, you know how it starts, you know the middle, and you know exactly how it's going to end. This case has a lot hanging on it. We are talking about possible domestic violence, crime against women, whether it is a natural tendency of men to victimize another human being of a weaker sex or somebody much smaller than you according to muscle mass. Is violent cultural, especially against women. Share this show. Let us know what's on your mind. Flex Electronics 4769. 1 ounce of gold is today on the market is 4,688 cents an ounce. And silver is USD $73. Martin Willett, thank you very much. He said you're following. Said Gankanu, Fufu and soup. Jackson has been sent to South Beach. You see this man, he's a travelist because he know we Basa people will let Fufu and soup. So now he's sending all of us to South Beach. Gankanu, when I catch you in Monrovia, you will eat some Fufu and soup. Bill Dolo, I'm following you live from Nimba County, to be specific, Ganta City. Thank you very much for tuning in, Bill. Share the shows. Let us know what's on your mind. Keep us informed what's going on in your county, in your neighborhood. Let's discuss. That particular segment of our show is meant to have the audience participate. So it is your turn to let us know what's on your mind. I know what's on Flex's mind is gold. So you can tell Flex is working in the United States or wherever he's working. His retirement, he's doing a lot of investment in gold. Well, Flex, I got most of my investment in Vanguard, and they do very well. Great team of guys and girls over there that do a lot of pushing, envelope moving your stocks around, your investment on your behalf. You know what Basel people say? Everybody got their own area. Vanguard and those guys, that's their area. Put in your money and they will tell you how, where, and when. Flex Electronics on an area that gold. He loved gold. It is one of the only commodities from the beginning of time that have never lost its value. That's why the pharaohs of the world used to be buried with gold. Priceless. Tell us what's on your mind. It's your turn. I would like to know what's happening in Ganta after the scare yesterday, where the Gideon soldiers came to Ganta. I heard. Bill Dolo, you were one of those that were hiding. You were running. Only to find out that according to the newspaper, the guys came to calm you guys down and say, listen, don't run. We are all brothers and sisters. Don't run. We are not here to take Ganta. Finally, Bill Dolo came back from his hideout. It's all right. We are all the same. The headlines, let me start with the Liberia investigators. It said, police indict Sam Jackson in wife's death. The case heads to criminal court A. And they have a photograph of Mr. Jackson either being handcuffed What puzzled me is at this courthouse where an individual is being indicted, they had the entire SWAT team Police with guns, big guns all over the place. Sometimes I wonder, are we killing fly here with our sledgehammer? Why will you have 25, 30 police with guns all over the place? Strategic area, in the van, on the fence, in the courthouse, on top of the pickup truck, in the doorways. Let me welcome the Honorable Pewee. Sylvester Pewee, welcome to the show.
Yeah, good evening, Mr. Gayman. How are you doing today?
Well, so far so good. Our country is bustling with news all over, and we are lucky today. We are going to have some folks who expert.
Well, one of them, am I in the news? Oh, I heard that they appointed me one of the ministers.
Not yet. You got to go for confirmation. You've been looking for a job. You send your resume. They got back to me and said, "Tell your homeboy he let number 2." You know,
the news always there.
They said your homeboy he looking for a job. They got 5 million other people behind ahead of him. So he has to wait.
So I gotta wait. So maybe I will tell Uncle Trump. Maybe he will find someone to speak for me.
Oh yeah, definitely. Your chances of getting a job with Uncle Trump is better than getting a job in Liberia now. I'll tell you that.
Absolutely.
Let me welcome Mr. Sally. Welcome to the show.
Thank you, Mr. Gayman. Thank you, Mr. Pewee. Good to be here again another day.
Yeah, you guys been busy today. The news, the Sam Jackson thing, it just never ends. And I saw it today. I was just flipping through the different channels to see the different take. I went to you guys, and I went to Spoon, and I went to OKFM, then I went, just to get different perspective of how the people are taking it, how it is being synthesized.
Yeah.
We have spinners, There's a group here, there's a musical group called the Spinners.
Absolutely. But
go ahead, Pewee.
I think it's quite, and that's why sometimes, we will all be, and the Liberians will be this way. So that you want to do things, you see the government praying for the country to look, but we all want to always project. And I can understand sometimes when people really get frustrated with the country. Today, on a serious note, listen, I don't have problem with Sam Jackson if he is allegedly linked to the unfortunate demise of his wife. But the way, and I really don't have problem with the way the Liberia National Police went on with all this, but the way they went about it today, and I agree with you. Listen, the strength they show on Sam Jackson that is not a flat race. Now you have, they didn't show that straight at the Guinean border. On a serious note, it's quite unfortunate that you will have. Listen, I have seen, and in this place, I was opportune to have positioned myself to work in the correction system here in the U.S. for about a year before I left. What, Mr. Gayman, we witnessed, sometimes we see murderers being prepared to court. Of
course.
It's the sheriff deputy will escort this group of sheriff will bring these people, bring them to the side port, and then they arrange them to intake, and then that's it. The process then into court. We don't see, to deploy this kind of a government, they have a lot of resources. We have to understand security ethics and operation. Right? If I was blind yesterday to these things, I didn't know them. But again, we don't give room that the country, you are not arresting a rebel leader or a gang leader. If you are arresting a gang leader that poses some threats, then you exhibit this kind of a show of force. Show of force can only be done when there's potential threat. We do what we call the threat analysis and the rating of the threat analysis. On the basis of that, we do deployment. But to see what unfolded today on a serious note, and the case is even biddable. The charges, the charges they are biddable. So listen, I don't have problem with. I'm not here to defend Mr. Jackson. I never pretended to do that. But the basic thing is that sometimes we ought to fix things as it ought to be, and that's just the baseline of it. It's quite unfortunate, and I wouldn't be on loan because I have some very tax. I'll be heading up to DC for some function, but I'll be leaving soon because I'll be driving. But it's just quite unfortunate that to see this unfold in the country. It's very unfortunate. It's very, very unfortunate. But again, Sam Jackson, and I predicted some of these things. I knew that manslaughter, negligent homicide or whatsoever thing, or negligence, if you will, because of his carelessness or his intentional thing he did, and the kind of them. I think they would look up to the court. Now, eventually, it's going to be challenged in court. But there was some foul play. We also suspected that there was some foul play in her death, but we don't know who did what. But the court going to decide that. It's unfortunate.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate.
Mr. Sally, you know, the thing is, like Honorable Pewee is saying, right? When you have a city as big as
what happened?
I think so he might have pressed some button and he fell off.
Myean, but Mr. Gayman, I can see you too.
Oh,
Myean.
What happening? What's something happening here? So I come here. I don't think I can face it. It come from Myean side. Mr. Gayman, I think we all have to go on and come back. Let's see.
Okay.
Yeah, let's do it that way. Joseph started here. Let me bring photo. Okay, Mr. Gayman, I can. Okay, there we go.
Great.
Yeah, I think Myean may have, or something happened somewhere else. So
yeah. So we were in the middle of something here, but yes, the way we talk about a city of maybe 2 million folks or 1.5, whatever, because I don't think we have the correct census, but whatever that may be, you are taking
maybe close to 2 million.
Yeah, close to 2 million. We have the entire battalion of the Liberian police force. Instead of fighting crime in other places, you assign or bog down almost the entire SWAT team on this one unarmed man, and you lead a whole city. The entire city that needs police. Let me welcome Fanta. Fanta, welcome to the show.
Hello, Mr. Gayman. Am I on mute? Oh, hi, Mr. Gayman. How are you? Hi, Pewee.
Good, thank you.
How are you guys doing?
Good.
So far, so good. Yeah. So we had. I saw. It's like a joint. It was like the National Security Force, right? We had immigration. Maybe the only person I didn't see there was maybe the Army, but you saw all of these folks, and you were wondering, Mr. Saleh. The city needs help. We need police everywhere. We need traffic. We need crime everywhere. And all these people came just for Sam Jackson. And like he always say, I'm a 73-year-old man. We can't even walk. Why all this gun for? I mean, there were nobody that, in fact, somebody said, his CNC people didn't show up. Family didn't show up. Nobody showed up. He was here by himself. So why all this police and guns and all this?
Yeah. So when the case started in the entire hearing of Mr. Jackson, initially we used to see the presence of opposition leaders from the CDC, the party chairman, former Representative Gray. They were in real solidarity with him. But today we didn't see anybody. The only people that were there was the family of Mr. Jackson, and today the police really underperformed. Even we journalists, we were present, and we had some real altercation between the press and the police, because from the way they started doing the whole arrangement, like we should dress, imagine 15 feet away from the main entrance. Yeah, we should dress 15 feet away from the main entrance of the Liberia National Police. And most of the things that we were like posing to them, we don't think that Mr. Jackson is in a threat. Like, you people will try to barricade, all of these forces around, going around the building, the side of the building, the side of the Temple of Justice. Yeah, but that's it. That's Liberia for us. Sometimes when the people do these things, you try to talk, they will tell you, oh, you arguing with the police, boo, policemen will just hit you. And you try to go after that case, you're not getting nothing from inside. So we just had to obey them. We dress a little bit. Later on, one or two came. We tried talking to him, said no. Even our viewers need to understand what is going on. Especially, there are so many doubts, surrounding the whole case. At least if we can come a little bit closer, but actually, they were like not giving us the space to even do our reportage. But you just have to micromanage it some kind of way and be around, going back and forth with them. But that's it.
Wow, Fanta, we talk about this case, the mysteriousness of this case. It is intriguing because it entails everything: domestic violence, culture, status, class, fame. It has everything. And to exacerbate this, the police put up a show. They said they measure 15 feet away from the premises for the media. 15 feet, where at 15 feet outside the stuff. And the police, they are walking around in these United States. And I know, when you go into the courthouse, they have their own security, so you can't come from outside with your gun in there. You can't do that. In fact, as you enter the courthouse, they will ask you to put your gun where it belongs. There are protocols. But here we have SWAT teams, sharpshooter shooters with M16s, AK-47 in the courthouse. Understand what is going on in Liberia?
I don't think anyone can answer that. Question. Maybe Joseph can.
No.
Bobby, come on. Maybe Joseph can try. It's as often we love to indulge in excess, and that's with everything, whether necessary or unnecessary. And so I'm not surprised by the overly exaggerated presence of the police and their handling of all of this, when you can't even get them to go to the border to protect everyday Liberians, but you're escorting a 70-plus-year-old man to a holding cell or prison, and you literally bring out the ERU, the all levels of the police for the escort. It's it's theatrics, right? And I asked this question yesterday. I think is really important. It's not that Liberia is short of laws or adequate policies, but none of the people we have put in charge to actually function a sensible society or function operational society actually abide by those laws or policies. Instead, they do what they want to do, and they frankly act like kings. That is very relevant because it only takes situations like these to see how they engage with it. And imagine for much serious situations that impacts the entire nation. Yesterday, we were talking about expanding citizenship's right to foreigners. Imagine the type of catastrophic disaster that's going to be. And so until we understand the how, like how do we get our leaders and people in government to function in their roles in a sensible way, Yeah, it's going to be performative and theatrics every single day. I think for this case, like specifically, I'm just really disappointed in the family. I'm very disappointed in the friends that she had around her, that they had around them, that they felt like it wasn't their business to get involved. They felt like, oh, the people just doing their thing. You know, even the guy who came out and said he met them in Accra and she came to him and show him her eye, and he only went and addressed Sam and didn't say much. So they were all in the know about this abuse for years, and none of them could take any action or any step to prevent this tragic ending. And for me, those are the people that in all seriousness truly deserve the wrath of the public. If you can't protect your loved ones, if you can't protect your friends, then how good of a friend are you? Yeah, you only want to be associated with them for the lifestyle, right? For the lifestyle, the penthouses and the private jets, quote unquote. But when it comes to actually being a true friend, it was very scarce, and I think they failed her. They failed her miserably. It's a sad situation all around, really.
Pewee, we all were thinking about coming over here and talking about the plight of this woman, domestic abuse, the tragedy of her death, but the theatrics around this thing, it created a distraction of its own. We are not talking about this death. Instead, we are talking about how the police, when they put Sam Jackson in the car, the siren will blink everywhere. That was woo, 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 woo. And they went across and said, you move, they're coming. I mean, it was like orchestrated chaos on purpose to either show that, yeah, you know, we have been on a manhunt for 5 years. We finally got him. That was not the case, but that was the impression. You know, people were just leaving aghast. You are muted.
Absolutely, I think your description just now is absolutely correct. Orchestrated chaos. It was by themselves, motivated by themselves, and the rest of that. But again, you know, if you were to go more deeper into this, and if you again play along the card, if the police now a little mindful here, you just move by this kind of sentiments and move into this kind of a very sensitive and technical legal case, you give room to some smart lawyers to take advantage of these things, and that's why some of the lawyers now are saying they're going to count on some of the missteps by the police in disrespecting or not honoring his rights and all those things. There's going to be a jury trial. It's not a bench trial, if you will. A bench trial, the judge will have the legal authority there to look both at the technical issues of the case, the technical materialism, and that of the other side. But this is a jury trial. Sometimes folks just move by the sentiments and move by certain understanding. If one person were to move, one or two, and heck this whole thing, this is a dumb deal. This is a murder-related case now. It is not murder, but manslaughter. Any iota of doubt render the defendant free. Any iota of doubt. So if you move to do these things, that's one of the things is that this is not a camera. It's not a reality TV show we have here. We ought to be a little mindful as to how we engage these things moving forward. Again, but the country will have to learn from some of these things. We push patriotism, but this is beyond that. We ought to have our major institutions, because the police is the beginning of the criminal justice system. If the police cannot always behave in the way and manner that we expect the police to do, I think they will now, because the level of public trust in the most of the state institutions is not good at all. It's very well eroded, if you will. How do you regain the public confidence is important. It's by doing the job and doing it the way it ought to be done. So I think it's quite unfortunate what unfolded today. I will hope they correct these things moving forward. You own it, exhibit these things in terms of measuring the threat level. What's the threat level of this man involved? This alleged accused now. He's now accused. What's his threat level? It's low. If I were to be higher to understand the threat level, he got 0 threat level in terms of moving on. He's never even had some local, how we call it in Liberia, ghetto, we don't call it local ghetto head. He's not a local ghetto head to say, okay, guys will come out do this, so we have to increase the security level for what night. So he didn't even, it completely. So he is one, the factor of those that are accused. You don't see the family of this girl on the ground, because these are how we do some assessments again. To you first and foremost see, okay, the victim families saying a lot of messages coming through to his phone, or even via the radio or via the social media. Then you will see, okay, the day we're trying to arraign him, we have to deploy some maximum security to serve as deterrent, show of force. But that was not the case. So none of those things apply here. So again, I think the police may want to work and change this kind of a tactic. The tactic was very poor. The coverage line was also not in line with modern police application in terms of a range 1-2. This was not a kind of a case that you fortunate onto someone, but this is a case that trying to arraign someone that had been accused under your jurisdiction for more than 2 weeks now. Coming. So I mean, he was never. So I think moving on, they will have to learn from these things and fix the line as to where we headed. But again, on the basis of the facts of the matter, man, as to some of the things I heard from the police RG today, the toxicology report is going to be coming soon, and we're going to determine from that. Lawyers want to decide as to how to tackle the material aspect of the evidence, but from the evidentiary line, we still await the toxicology report to come out. The autopsy is done. Okay, it was proven that this happened, but then from the toxicology aspect of things, they're going to do analysis as to what really led to the death and what was the cause of this. And then I don't know the result from his own pathology that was hired. I don't know if that was conducted and the results out. If the result is out, is the result corroborating with the government own pathology report also? So it's going to be a kind of a serious case, Mr. Gayman. That's going to be if care is not taken, then we're going to know what's going to happen. But again, the way they manage it today, trust me, I don't think. I mean, it's sad, and it's one of the reasons why that actually it's not a good thing to do for us to do. We have to change it as a country and be more or less post time behind this issue. One police van pickup could just, and it's not a distance, right? You could even doing the way you take it from the basement and then put to the court. One police pickup would have done the job. One. I would have even helped Mr. Jackson by the hand, or get a sheriff from the court, invite the sheriff or whatsoever, or the police will escort him across. It's less than 5 minutes if you try to try. But again, that's the line. The theatrics of it and all those things you have to see. You can't lie again. Mr. Jackson is now behind bars at the Monrovia Central Prison. Hopefully tomorrow. I'm told tomorrow is what? Someone was saying tomorrow. I don't think tomorrow is not. Tomorrow is a working holiday. It's not even a working holiday. It's
tomorrow is Good Friday.
Yeah, tomorrow is a working holiday.
Oh, okay. So then you can.
So tomorrow is Good Friday, right?
Will the bank be open? Will the bank be open?
Yeah.
Okay,
yes.
So then
yes.
you can.
There will be functioning areas. So I don't know. So I think they were attempt now to do bail bond tomorrow. Let's wait and see if the judge. But from what I've been seeing, I don't think that judge tomorrow is going to grant that bail bond.
Wow.
The reason is simple. The judge is going to be looking at a lot of different conditionalities here. One is that the judge will be afraid of the public outcry, particularly from the women community. The women wouldn't be happy.
I'm not saying them. Let me go. Honorable Pewee and I know you guys who have access to either double screen or can print. Let's look at our own amateur definition of these charges. Right? I didn't do my homework on this because I just got it printed out. The definition of manslaughter, negligent homicide, reckless endangerment, and aggravated assault. If we want to print the definitions of those out, so we can wait while we wait for the lawyers to come, so we can know the difference between all of these things. There's a lot here. If you are not within our domain, if you don't have a split screen to come up with all the definitions, so we can differentiate what's the difference between manslaughter, negligent homicide, reckless endangerment, aggravated assault.
So negligence, first and foremost, would just be out of one's own stupidity, right? Your own negligence. So out of your stupidity, so your carelessness towards someone that you should protect. So negligent homicide. So yeah, it was due. Part of it, go back to it, and that his wife. It is his responsibility to protect his wife. The wife is in his custody. When whatsoever thing unfolded at the time, the way he handled the entire thing was negligent. It led to even her demise. So that's one. Manslaughter, he didn't contemplate killing her. It was not intentional. And instead of manslaughter, he didn't contemplate killing her. Right? It's not intentional. It's something that came about because of certain issue that unfolded. It was not contemplated. So that's why they're going with manslaughter. If they had gone with murder, meaning he premeditated. This is not a premeditation. So this unfolded aspect. So the manslaughter is there. The negligence also, the way he handled it, and that one led to her death, and the endangerment of another person.
Yeah, now, the reckless endangerment.
Regular endangerment of another person also. So if
then aggravated assault. So guys, let us. Lawyers going to be coming on, so we gotta look a little more informed. So if you can pull it up,
I got some knowledge on it because studying some of those things. So I can tell all the time. I don't know the law aspect of it, but the crime itself, I have sufficient understanding of that.
Okay, let's go to this one. Let me go to Fanta, then I go to Joe. Fanta, the lawyer for Sam Jackson came up with this statement, and I will read it. He says, the police inspector general Kromah loved the media spotlight as a fulcrum to defend his job as a trained policeman. But beyond the spectacles lies rather a chaotic misstep that will soon unravel when Sam Jackson enters the drama that will unfold in the courtroom. I hope Greg will bid himself a prosecution's key witness to justify his posturing. Fanta, this is a seasoned lawyer who said the other man, he just all over the place trying to show off. Hopefully, after doing all the posturing, he availed himself to be key witness on the stand. This is quite informative. Your take on the defense, you know where it's going now.
Whether the police are performative or love the spotlight, or what exactly is their point? I'm trying to understand that.
I think his point is exactly what we are talking about. Was it necessary to call a news conference? Was it necessary to have the whole SWAT team here, as though you are proving the man guilty already before he even heads to court? But he says, with all of this, when we cut through it, hopefully you avail yourself to being scrutinized on a question whether this was justified. I mean, this one is to, according to them, it looks like this man was trying to try the man in the court of public opinion before he even make his first day appearance.
Well, so I mean, we can definitely we can be presumptuous that the police handling of the arrest was over the top. However, another point to look at it from is that this is a public official. This is a highly publicized case. This is, in fact, beyond a national case. This is a continental case, because keep in mind, South Africa is involved here. And I'm sure the Ghanaians that we just had an incident with were also looking to see how Liberia was going to react to this. So with all of that, I think the police felt that, I'm not speaking on behalf of them, but just reconsidering or playing devil's advocate, they felt they had to show that they had taken this investigation seriously. They had finally come down with charges, and they wanted to make it be known that they are a serious entity and want to be taken seriously, and therefore understanding that this was highly publicized, as we see with any very public cases, right? Whether it's the OJ O.J. Simpson or any similar cases in recent time, especially with a public official involving the alleged murder and abuse of their spouse, right? The public is already very tense, and so I think they thought adding on the additional bodies, the additional security bodies, to sort of quell any uprising if there was going to be, because I've seen a lot of or some women groups and some people have been very agitated about this incident. So I think they felt they had to show force and they had to put on a show, not for I don't think for Liberia, I think for South Africa, and I think for other partners that are watching and have been following this very, very closely. But I have the definition of what these charges means from the Cornell Law School Legal Information Institute. I think is important to kind of just explain to the public, and I wish Myean will give us sharing right so we can easily be able to share our screens. But I can go over it really quickly here. So according to Cornell Law School Legal Information Institute, LII, Samuel Jackson has been charged with manslaughter. So 4 charges: manslaughter, negligent homicide, aggravated assault, and reckless endangerment of another person's life. Manslaughter's definition is an unlawful killing that occurs without prior intent or malice aforethought. To put it in context, investigators allege that Jackson caused her death through reckless behavior or during a sudden emotional event rather than a pre-planned act. So he probably was in a fit of rage and they were arguing. And he caused her death. That's what the manslaughter charge is. For the negligent homicide, what it means is that the causing of death through a failure to exercise reasonable care or gross negligence. To put it in context, Police Inspector Gregory Coleman stated that the victim, who had a known medical condition, was left alone in a locked, risky setting. Authority described this as a grave breach of responsibility. For the aggravated assault charge, what it means is that a serious physical attack intended to cause severe bodily harm, often involving a weapon or extreme force. So they had probable cause to think that he either used a weapon because the deep laceration, the deep cut that they saw on her. So the aggravated assault, he either used a weapon to cause that, or he used extreme force to cause that laceration on her. So the forensic team, in fact, in the observation of that deep laceration is where that charge came from. And then they also saw visible bruises on her body, suggesting abuse, a gross abuse. And so that's what supported the aggravated assault. They further went on to state that they determined it to be a pattern of prior physical violence. So definitely they went beyond in their observation that it wasn't just from that day. They saw evidence that suggested this had been ongoing. So a pattern of prior physical violence. That's the aggravated assault. Last one, the reckless endangerment of another person's life. What it means is that engaging in conduct that creates a substantial risk of death or serious injury to another person. To put it in context, this charge relates to the environment and circumstances in which the victim was found, specifically the delay in seeking help and the controlled environment where entry and exit were restricted. The room was locked. I know he had time to go to social media to say, oh, like I found my wife like this and I'm calling the ambulance and all of that. So to support that reckless endangerment of another person's life, they felt that he could have taken other actions to get her immediate care and instead did not do that. So those are the 4 charges. And according to Cornell law, for those who don't like Google, that's what it means.
Great. Sally, you were on the site. In one of the statements that the IG used, he says the folks in South Africa can rest assured that justice will be done. So I think Pewee and Fanta may have this one right, that the audience that IG was appealing to was beyond the borders of Liberia.
Yes. So with all of these offenses that the Inspector General talked about, he said that Mr. Jackson violated Chapter 14, subchapter A and B, Section 2, 3, and 20, of the Penal Code of the Republic of Liberia. So, but before coming on the show, one of the lawyers from Mr. Jackson legal team, alongside former Serena Cephas, they said that Mr. Jackson will be free tomorrow. So we are waiting to see, and bear in mind, all of these offenses, they are bailable, meaning that they can file a bill and all left with the judge whether to look into the bill. But again, even at Central, right, you had people who live around that environment when the police were doing that barricade, and you had the people, saying all kinds of things. Like when you had the former speaker and most of these representatives that were taken to the South Beach, they were saying that they didn't see, the police demonstrating in that form and manner. Because imagine Mr. Jackson alone went with four armed men. He in one, three at the back, 4 armed men, heavy guarded men and women of the Liberian National Police. We were there. For Mr. Jackson to even leave the step to come down, it was not something easy for him. Yeah, he was like taking his own time, man, because we all know, his age and all involved into these things. The physical strength is not there. And we were also there when he sent for his pressure pills, to be taken. And we didn't see any members of the South African embassy, people from his late wife, so we didn't see anybody. But we saw people from his company, his own car company that he just opened. They were there representing. We saw family members, even members of the family, even spoke to us, to the press. And one of the things that they kept saying that Mr. Jackson told them that even when he died, most of the property that he owned in Liberia, outside of Liberia, back then, his wife was still living, that most of the property, 75% should be given to her. So they don't think that Mr. Jackson will go to the extent of taking his own wife's life away. So, but that's it. We hope to see Tuesday. We will be at the court tomorrow to see whether there will be bond. Well, if no way, Saturday there will be nothing at the court. Monday will be Easter Monday. We don't know whether the court will resume, but we hopefully, because from what we were told from a lawyer and a police officer, that the charge sheet from IG Common, that charge sheet was also presented to the embassy of South Africa. So we are waiting to see Mr. Jackson and his lawyer appearing in court.
Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, we still have our What's on Your Mind section. Get involved. Let us know what's happening here. You got Honorable Sylvester Pewee is here. He will soon be leaving, so if you got fire, you better send it our way so we can discuss it before he leaves out. Honorable Pewee, let's look at the international part of this case. The audience that I think the IG is playing to is more than just Liberia. like the reporter just said, they make sure that a copy of the charge sheet was delivered to the embassy of the South African embassy, and showing them that justice will be done. What does that say? What does that mean in the diplomatic realm? You are muted.
So that is a complete best practice, if you will, and I think that we do have a bilateral relationship with South Africa that have subsisted for many decades. If you can recall, even during the apartheid days, we gave sanctuary to the late freedom fighter Nelson Mandela. He even took and carried a Liberian passport. So the relationship being very wonderful in terms of really. So now the South African government, by and large, got the right to communicate through a diplomatic note via what we call note verbal via the Foreign Ministry of Liberia requesting these things. So if the RD stated that he did, it's some kind of a thing that's strange. Also, I think he did it in keeping with the diplomatic channel. I think they demanded that via the Foreign Ministry through their embassy. So these are things that normally listen, and that's why it's also our right as a country to do this kind of a thing when our citizens are on threats of any level of some international prosecution in any country. If we have some relationship with that country, yes, through the diplomatic means, or sometimes through the Vienna Conventions, there are different set of protocols that give you the right to do these things. Yeah, so he may be playing to that side of it also, but yeah, he's doing it in keeping with some requests that I'm deeply and very confident that they have triggered by the South African embassy near our capital, Monrovia. So a lot of things going to play here now in terms of that. The fight now that the case is in court, we're now going to have end to. The court is now no longer going to be giving up-to-date detailed updates to the embassy or whatsoever thing. What the embassy ought to do now is to follow the case via the court system. If you want to go to court, it's going to be an open court. You can attend court and get bidding. Or the court can also move to help hire other private lawyers to join the government prosecution in making the case very powerful and do all of the legal representation if they believe that one of their citizens got killed in the way that a man should die, and these charges now, manslaughter and all these things, they will have to move and hire other lawyer that will build the capacity of the government prosecution. But yes, they did that, and the IG actually responded. If he responded, it was, I want to believe, to that kind of a diplomatic communication. But moving forward, they will not have to follow the case. Immediately, the judge is going to hear the case for the first time, hopefully tomorrow. If not tomorrow, it's going to be next Monday. And then the judge is going to hear the case, and they're going to be, the first thing his lawyer is going to push for now is to come and say, hey, Your Honor, our client, two things going to happen. Probably move to say guilty, but this is going to be a non-guilty plea. You're going to plead long guilty, and the lawyer is going to push now for them to file a bail bond for Mr. Jackson to go home. Now, that is solely in the means of the judge to determine if Mr. Jackson can go home. But the reason the judge will be looking at, and I wouldn't believe that's the basis the judge is going to deny him bail bond on tomorrow or Monday, going to say that we are not sure that the people, if the family of this deceased fallen wife of Mr. Jackson will be pleased to see you out, and other people will be angry. Probably your life is in danger. So for that reason, I will remind you behind that. That may be the justification given by the judge. I may be wrong, but I'm preempting what basically the judge is going to do. But yes, from the diplomatic perspective, country can do those kind of things and even hire lawyers for their citizens in another land. But what they would do is they would have to channel it through the diplomatic means, and something that the South African government did.
Wow, ladies and gentlemen, this is strange. When our son,
let me bring this back to us in all of the recent time in Liberia. The former chairman of the CDC Ava Toba was engaged into some language issue about the former president, some description I'm not going to say here.
Right.
But again, he was not arrested then by the government of Liberia.
No.
But he was attempting to leave the country surreptitiously. I will put it this way, right? Because his departure was surreptitious. He was leaving to a Lambola,
Right.
to Freetown, and he got somehow caught and other thing. It brought some tension up. The U.S. government called for some attention here. Mr. Gayman, I know you followed that very closely.
Yes.
One of the countries in the world that will do some of these things that the U.S. government will quickly say, no, we got concerned about our citizens. They don't know that. So diplomatically, these things cannot happen. And normally you will see it from powerful countries that are strong. We want to prove to do this thing. But other countries, and we have not been doing that because it's good. It's good to do it. You show some level of strength in protecting your citizenry. Very important. But yeah, that's a right on the Vienna Convention that we channel some of these things for the right of, because the host country got the right to listen to the sending country. Liberia now in this case is the host country. South Africa is the sending country in that condition. So they would demand now you the host, and now the Vienna Convention requests that they are there representing their country on the ground. So they will have to do this kind of representation that one of our citizens being hurt in this country, we need to see that the law is followed. And probably it's for the reason why, and again, if you want the relationship to be good between our two countries, as it's been before, you have to follow suit. So some of these things is just to give into them because, again, there's something in diplomacy called the arm twisting diplomacy. I know you know about that. So,
Fanta, here we are with, like I said, this case is so tightly wrapped. It has everything. You can, let's talk about the plight of women, right? According to Sam Jackson's own good friend, Rufus Barry wrote that on several occasions, at least on several occasions, but particularly on that one in Ghana, where the lady came to him and said, listen, I'm not there, so I couldn't say for certainty, but she's crying out, right? Say, look at my eye. I guess I've been abused. And like you say, instead of, like we say here, if you see something like that, you need to call the police immediately. Instead, he decided to do the traditional way. Let me go and talk to the man. We'll go from there. A woman who is crying out for help. Instead of dealing with her and saving her, getting her out of danger, you went to the perpetrator to talk to him about what she had just said. So not knowing that even after that, you make the matter worse. Talk to me.
Mute. Sorry, I was on mute. This is why these cases are so disheartening, because often the people who are in the know and are the ones who pretend that they are unaware or turn a blind eye to these things happening. And they will, I would say, pretend that they care about, they care about discouraging a repeat of the incident by, say, going and confronting the said person, their friend, their brother, their whomever. But then the next minute, they're sitting and cackling with them. If it was your daughter, if it was your sister, if it was your mother, I'm sure they will have a different level of engagement. And to set a deterrent, they will not sort of reactivate any type of friendship with that person, to let them know that I'm serious about this conversation I've had with you. They abuse you continuously. Shout out to your partner is despicable, and I'm letting you know, until you discourage it, we cannot be friends, because I cannot be friends with a wife beater. I cannot be friends with someone who constantly abuses their partner because they think, oh, she's frisky, or oh, I have to train her, or oh, I have to control her. Almost getting into this sort of tukpa love right? To feel justified that, that's my woman. I love her. And because I love her, I have to train her. First of all, this is a grown adult who you took from her father's home. So she is not your child for you to instill any type of discipline. If you feel her actions are contrary to yours, her morals are contradictory to yours, you have the door, exit. You don't have to be with her. But most of these men feel they control, especially if their partners are younger women, that they control them. And because of that, they consider them to be their properties, and if they're beautiful, they consider them to be trophies. You hear the term all the time about trophy wives or trophy partners, right? These older men who are thought to have money or be wealthy find these younger partners and essentially lavish them with gifts and take care of them financially, and they truly feel is their investment. And any action that is contrary to what he wants you to do will meet the back of his hand. And there's so many women experiencing this, but they suck it up and they put makeup on and they look the other way to maintain this fake lifestyle, to maintain the couple goals on social media, to get likes, right? As you saw, anyone who have never met this couple and just look at their social feeds, both of them will think, my gosh, it's envious to be in such a relationship. Here's a rich man with a young woman, young, beautiful, gorgeous woman. Who doesn't want that, right? He was the envy of, I'm sure, most of his peers at his age, in his generation. And she was the envy of most of her peers, right? She has a wealthy man taking care of her. They have penthouses here and penthouses there, and they travel to whatever countries they want to. I want to say to those so-called friends and families who are around these people and say nothing, you are cowards. You are despicable, you're cowards, and you're disgusting for it. Because I cannot consider myself a friend to someone or a sister to someone, and I see you in such a condition. And I will say, oh, it's not my business, but what I'm going for drinks. Me and you not having drinks. And if I'm telling her and she doesn't listen, that friendship is going to be very much in jeopardy. I'm not going to be friends with somebody who subjects themselves to be beaten just for financial gain. It's not happening. That's not love. That's not love. And to not understand where that red line is, where the boundary is, to think, oh, he loves me, that's why he beats me. Gosh, he loves me so much. Can you please beat me some more? To demonstrate your love, I want not talk about love. Please punch me in my arm. When I go to my friend, I say, I may love you. And then my way, people are to pass on. They say, man, I really love you. And you really love you. I said, when me I get be slapping me. Huh? I really love me, huh? Like, wow. What? It's a reality, Mr. Gayman. It's a reality. A lot of women think, in fact, they will question the man, but he can't be me. So that means that he doesn't love me. Look, I don't want you to come down on those women, right? But there's nothing strong. There's nothing resilient about staying in a relationship just for Facebook likes, just for social media, fake life, just for the house, just for the kids, just because your parents tell you, oh, you better hold your home down, otherwise some girl is gonna come in. Oh yeah, when you're dead, when he beats you to death, then some girl is gonna come in. Find the strength.
Excellent.
Mr. Gayman, if I may, please, man, I beg you.
Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to say, I've tried to maybe tune on. I won't be on, but maybe to follow the show. But again, let me say a wonderful good evening to everybody. Hope to see join you guys back on Monday, hopefully. But I mean, I wished Mr. Jackson well. If he didn't, he was not involved whatsoever. The Almighty God that we serve.
Listen, we want to make sure here now that we believe in the due process of law.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If the Almighty, if he didn't do it, the angel of Abraham the injured, I would know. We pass through the lawyer, we're free. But if actually he did it, trust me, there's nothing, no brilliant lawyer going to save him, if and only if. But again, that's the case of it. But it was quite a little saying today. But again, thank you, Mr. Gayman, and we wonderful giving to everybody.
Thank you. You see me now, you run your way?
Yeah, hey, man, if I was the queen, I was the man follow you. And for some reason, Sarah been coming here this time. We got to ready find out if and I'm not coming to the show this time. And I'm supposed to be coming because Sarah. For some,
I know what I'm thinking on the show. I have no clue.
The man said you teach your face too much, so you scared to come on the show. Good night, man. I'll talk to you later.
Enjoy, brother.
Okay.
Mr. Gayman, you're on mute if you're speaking.
Mr. Gayman, you muted it.
Mr. Moderator, you are muted.
Honorable Moderator, you muted. We can't hear you, Mr. Gayman. Come on. You muted, sir.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. I have somebody on the line by the name of Alfred. I think he's one of our guests. I think he's one of our guests, or that's supposed to be on. But let me work on Henry Peabody. You look like a police officer in a black gear. You scare me.
My man, you know, I'm all the way in somewhere in New Jersey. I brought my son to do his basketball, so I had to sit down here in the woods in New Jersey just to give it some time. When it gets darker, I'll have to go back in the gym. But good to see everybody. Good to see everybody.
Good. Tomalin, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Gayman. Thank you. It's good to see everybody, and let's make this a good show.
Let me welcome myself. Since the moderator is on the phone, it's good to be with you all.
Welcome, Mr. Nagbe.
Yeah, welcome. Thank you. Thank you, Fanta. Thank you, Sarah.
Let me welcome myself because I've not been. Let me welcome myself.
Hey, my people, listen, Sarah.
Thank you, Chief Tamlin. Thank you, Dr.
Victor, I don't even want to talk to you because you and the woman you're coming from that Tabadu thing. This woman eat a hot Tabadushi too.
No, I want you to welcome me and tell me what is going on in Mar-a-Lago. Then tell me where is Penn Bundy, and then tell me where is Christian.
Mar-a-Lago.
Explain all of this to me. Because I'm not understanding what's going on.
Don't drag.
But Nagbe, we'll do what I got later on. Yeah, we'll dive into it.
They shock now smell blood. They're all over the place now. But the fake blood. Let me work on Sarah.
And then your man deleting all kind of recording where he said they're not coming to pay for daycare. What does he mean by that?
Oh God!
We'll get to it.
I'm talking to Sarah. I'm talking to you. Sarah, work. I don't listen to that man.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Gayman. I want to say hi to every one of you on the show, and thanks to all of our followers. And my fire burner, I want to say a special salutation to you. Yesterday was fiery. I enjoyed it. Thank you so much for everything. Thank you, Mr. Gayman. The show I was listening at the back with regards to Mr. Jacksy's charges. You know, I pray and hope that everything will go on fine. If he's guilty, he was, be held responsible for his crime. If not, he will walk away free. I also want to say out there too, I'm not saying Mr. Jackson is guilty of domestic abuse, but any women out there in Liberia or any part of the world, you don't deserve to go through any domestic abuse with your partner. Someone who said they love you should not be putting their hands on you. So if you're in any situation out there as a woman, even in Liberia, because these things happen even in Liberia, in the little towns and villages, our people don't have people to talk for them. Tim Jackson is a high-profile man, so his own will be out there. But in a lot of those towns and villages in and around Monrovia and other parts of the world, women are going through a lot. So, I mean, if you are listening, to not settle for anything that cause domestic violence because it could end your life. So thank you so much, Mr. Gayman.
Thank you. I have our special guest on the phone, Your name and where you calling from, sir?
This is Alfred Johnson.
Go ahead.
How are you, sir? This is Alfred Johnson. I was on the show the last time.
Yes. We remember you vividly. We remember you clearly. Today we are back on the same topic, on the same issue, and just as you indicated while you were here, Honorable Sam Jackson has been formally charged. Are you aware of the situation in Liberia? Have you been following the situation today?
Yes. I did follow it from the time he was called in, the live. I did follow some of the live briefing, and then I left it. And afterwards, I watched the press conference from the Inspector General, Seleke Kromah, and Sam Jackson was charged with manslaughter, negligent homicide, aggravated assault, and reckless endangerment. Like we suggested on the show, I mean, they couldn't have charged him with murder because in order to charge with murder, you have to prove intent. So those charges, as far as probable cause are concerned, the charges are appropriate. They are well in order. Why they shoot the evidence that they have so far, the fact that the autopsy report and the toxicology report has not been released, means that the entire evidence is based, the entire charge is based on everything, witness testimony, witness statements, what they observed on the scene, based on other things based on Samuel Jackson outburst, based on what was said in unsolicited statements from Mr. Jackson. And during the interview, I believe it was based on the scene, they gathered enough probable, they had enough probable cause to charge him while they wait for the autopsy report and the toxicology report to see if they can enhance their prosecution. But you have to understand, like we said the last time, the charges to charge somebody is the evidence, the level of proof needed for charging is quite different from what is needed for conviction. So they had enough from the beginning. I said that a day after they discovered it, that they had enough to charge him. Whether they have enough to convict now will be based on the toxicology report, the autopsy report, and what they can prove between the 2 hours from 8:20 to 10:20 or maybe before then. So they will be based on what happened in that room from the morning to 10 o'clock, 10:20, what happened there. If they can prove that Mr. Jackson inflicted the injury, then they will have a case, will be able to win their case. If they cannot prove it, and they will have another legal defeat on their hand.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, our special guest is here. He will be with us from Maryland County. He's in the Prince George's County Crime Investigator Department here. He's been very, very helpful, very, very thorough in his analysis as it relates to this case. We are glad that he was able to take some time off to be with us here to answer some questions, make some clarity. So just like we did as though you were on the show, we are going to be asking you questions, answer as much as you can, and we appreciate you for being here.
I want to be the first.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. I'm not even going to try it. Go ahead, Sarah, you first.
Yeah, Mr. Johnson, thank you for coming on. I was thinking, right, with I think it's 4 charges they put on him. I'm thinking, I mean, I stand to be correct, and this is why I'm asking this question. Did I just try to put up like those 4 charges on him, like you said, based on, circumstantial evidence, in hope that one will stick? You think, that's the mindset here?
No, I don't think those charges that I saw, they are well in place, because manslaughter is the most appropriate charge given the history, the established history of domestic violence, not just from LNP's investigation, but from Mr. Jackson's lawyer, from Mr. Jackson's son, from Mr. Jackson himself and other people. We know there's an established history of domestic violence incident that became physical. We also see the lady's body, and based on training and experience and dealing with domestic violence victims, those injuries are consistent. The bruises and things are consistent with domestic violence instances of domestic violence. And we see all those things. Based on those things, we have to say that the charge, and LNP believe that Mr. Jackson was the one that inflicted the fatal injury on his wife. So based on what they have, and they presented before a grand jury, the grand jury indicted him. So it is not out. These are not kitchen sink charges. They're not something you wait. It's not like throwing the kitchen sink and the charge. Manslaughter is appropriate. Negligent homicide is also appropriate. Reckless endangerment is appropriate. Aggravated assault, those are all appropriate charges. As far as the law is concerned, but you have to understand, simply because he got charged does not mean he's guilty.
Right.
So there's a famous saying that say the grand jury will indict him on ham sandwich. So grand jury indictment does not necessarily imply guilt. It simply means that we're enough to go forward with this case as far as probable cause is concerned. So they're not throwing kitchen sink. I think the charges are well within, they are well in place.
Okay.
Excellent. We'll do one first. I see. Honorable Nagbe.
Yeah, thank you, Jerome, and thank you, Mr. Johnson, for coming here again. And thank you also for the clarifications. And I do understand this is a case that is now under investigation, and so we want to be careful, so that we don't prejudge the case. But based on your experience, aggravated assault, negligent homicide, what do you think are some of the factors that are leading them towards these charges? The injuries, yes, you made reference to the injuries. They may be consistent with domestic violence, but there are also others who have come out to allege that Mrs. Jackson also had a history of seizures, and they believe that these injuries were also consistent with seizure episodes. But yet, apparently, the police is going ahead to charge him with, manslaughter, and almost all the other charges seem to point to some kind of altercation that may have been going on in their home. You want to persist, just from your experience, you want to speculate on what may be going on here?
I'm sorry, what was the last part?
No, I was saying, based on your experience, do you want to speculate a little bit on what you think is going on here with the Liberia National Police, what they may have found? Because all of the charges seem to be pointing to domestic violence.
Yeah, so the entire case, LMP, from the charges you notice, the Monserrate County Prosecution Office is going with the domestic violence theory based on the charges. There's a reason why they didn't charge murder, because murder has to establish intent. And charging murder to show intent is going to be very difficult. But when you charge somebody with manslaughter is one of the elements of manslaughter is the person acted of extreme emotional disturbance for which there is reasonable excuse. Right. So emotional disturbance is largely linked to domestic incidents. Take, for example, when I come from work, I come to my house, I see my wife, somebody in the house, they're having sexual intercourse. I don't go anywhere. I just drop everything in my hand and just jump on that person and beat that person to death. At that moment, I'm acting out of emotional disturbance. So they cannot say I had an intent to kill him, because at that time, I cannot form intent. I was just acting out of emotion. So instead of charging me with murder, they charge me with manslaughter. But if I leave, once I see those two people doing what they're doing, I drop my bag, I go in my garage, grab my gun, come back and shoot that guy. Now we charge with murder, because between the time I grab my bag and want to pick up the gun, I have established intent right there. I'm going to pick up my gun with the intent of shooting him. So the manslaughter charge is well in place, which is consistent with domestic violence incident. And given the fact that the domestic violence was inflicted through physical injury, and the physical injury was serious enough to cause of death, then it is not wrong then to charge him with aggravated assault. So if the jury, in this case, if the jury accept the argument for manslaughter, if Mr. Jackson gets convicted for manslaughter, then he will get convicted for every other thing.
Right. So then, quickly, and I'm sorry.
Manslaughter is the highest of the four charges.
Right.
Manslaughter is the highest of the four charges. So the LMP, if the Liberian prosecution, the Monserrate County Prosecution Office can prove manslaughter, they can convince the jury based on their evidence that there was a manslaughter, Mr. Jackson, the one that committed that crime. If the jury convicts Mr. Jackson of manslaughter, they will convict him of aggravated assault, reckless endangerment, and negligent homicide as well. So the entire thing is they're going with domestic violence. The entire thing is the history of domestic violence resulted in or death.
Right. So then, do you think that the fact that manslaughter is considered not premeditated, you think they are also giving Mr. Jackson a chance to for probable cause to argue that he may have been triggered emotionally, and that he may have had a cause that could have precipitated his action?
No, I think based on the argument that are out there, based on what Mr. Jackson is saying, it is not out of the ordinary to say that, because you remember Mr. Jackson's son's argument that he made. Mr. Jackson's son came up with a statement, and in that statement is almost like a form of trying to explain, to justify his father's action, like, oh, my father was right because my father had been abused emotionally by this lady and things like that. There was an incident that happened where, think about it this way, usually when a woman kills her husband in a domestic situation, the justification usually is that, oh, the woman has had enough, maybe she has been beaten so many times, and this time around she decided to fight back. That's how Mr. Jackson's son sounded like. That, oh, their argument will be that, oh, my father decided to fight back. The problem with that is, I don't think that would be their argument. Their argument would be that Mr. Jackson did not commit this crime as being alleged. Their argument would be that Mr. Jackson left in the morning, he went to the radio station. When he came back, he met his wife in that kind of situation and decided to render aid and went to the hospital and resulted in her death happening. The issue here is, LNP case of manslaughter will ride on the time frame. If LNP, they did not tell, or there was no timeline provided today. I don't know if they have that timeline, but there was no timeline provided today as to why the charging with manslaughter. Because in order for them to charge with manslaughter, all the injuries Chief Kromah listed today, my question was asking, those injuries, are those the injuries that were observed on? Are those injuries as a result of the incident that happened that day or previous incident? Because the charge of manslaughter cannot be based on previous incident. It has to be the injury, and the injury that resulted in the death has to be based on the incident that happened that morning. So if all those injuries that they listed are as a result of the thing that happened that morning, then yes, they can prove. If they can prove that he did it, then they will have a strong case. The problem is, can they establish timeline? Can they give us the timeline as to what happened? Mr. Jackson got up this morning. We believe there was confusion in the house. He got pissed off. He pushed up, blunt force push, which pushed her to some sort of hard object, and she hit her head, resulting in the fatal injury. So they have to be able to explain that. That would be part of Mr. Jackson, because if they cannot provide a timeline as to what happened in the house, if they cannot convince the jury as to what happened in the house as it relates to the reconstruction of the scene, then it's going to be very difficult for them to get a conviction.
Wow. Let me go to the chief. Tomalin George, you next on The Price is Right.
Yes, thank you, Officer Johnson. Thank you so much, Officer Alfred, for joining us. We appreciate you so much for bringing your professional expertise to this platform. My question is, based on your experience as an experienced investigator, and listening to the police IG this evening, given the steps of the investigation, including the forensic and autopsy, everything, and also said that they are still carrying on some tests, some more tests. I mean, help us to understand how the investigation to come to this point to charge him with the charges levied against Mr. Jackson, based on what you know as an experienced investigator. Do you think according to the steps the IG gave, do you think they followed all the steps of a professional investigation of a crime of this nature? You think they follow all the steps? And do you think the charges, like I understand you said the charges against him were all legitimate charges based on what you heard, but do you think based on the investigation that was done, these charges are legit, number one, and number two, if it is possible that it will come up with a conviction because you think they were overcharged, he was overcharged, or he was undercharged? Please help us there.
No, I don't think. I think number one, the charges, like I said, they are legitimate. Number two, I don't think he was overcharged, and I don't think he was undercharged. I think he was appropriately charged. You remember when I was on the show the last time, I argued against charging with murder. I argued against murder because I felt they were not going to be appropriate. They were not going to get a conviction for murder. So charging with manslaughter is well in place. The problem, as it relates to how they handle the investigation, the first thing where I would have issue with is the fact that this LNP, I don't know when the scene was tampered with, but LNP, I found it difficult to believe that the bed, as Chief Kromah said, the bed sheet was washed, the house was clean, sparkling clean, and all that. I found it difficult to believe that happened before LNP went to that place. I found it difficult to believe that. I think when LNP went there the very first time and they left, I believe that's when whatever cleaning of that place was done, but that's when it was done after LNP left. So on this, as far as handling the investigation, when LNP went there first, when you get to a death investigation, that place is your place now. As a police, or you get to a special suspicious death investigation, that house becomes your house. Whoever owns that house does not have right to that house until you are doing your investigation. So LNP should have control that scene, take control of it. So in that sense, they made a mistake right there. But when it comes to other things, they said the reconstruction of the scene is based on witness testimony. What the witnesses saw. Where did you see the body? Where did you see the pool of blood? Based on all of that, they reconstructed the scene. Even with the reconstruction, it cannot give you the exact happenings of the scene in its original form, but it did as best as it could. So I'm not privileged to all their things, but based on what he's saying, it appears like they did the best they could. Because you remember the IG said, well, we don't have all the equipment, the CSI equipment and things like that to do all of that. Yes, they may not have it, but like I've said on so many occasions, one of the key things of investigation is you don't need all of these things to do these things. You can be able to have a comprehensive crime scene. For example, let's give an example. When you watch these court cases, how they came about it, when these people were 20, 30 years ago, when there was no DNA evidence, no forensic evidence, it was not a thing. They still collected this evidence, they still stored this evidence and kept them. And that's the point. Even though you may not have this equipment now, but you still collect this evidence and keep them. Because you never know tomorrow, 10, 15 years from now, you may have these things, and now you can go and retest these things. That's how court cases are people are being arrested, people are being exonerated. So the idea that because you don't have it, so you cannot commit yourself to ensuring that your scene is appropriate handle is questioning. It raises serious question too. So to go back to your question, whether the appropriate handle the same, I think from the initial stage, they did not. And based on the chief's statement, they did what they could do as far as within the context of the available resources and their knowledge is concerned in Liberia. So based on that, they did what they had to do. I mean, then we're going to see now in case when the case go to court, when it goes to court, and you have the discovery process, we'll see what the government has. But from what I'm looking at, outside of what is said today, outside of what we know, and outside of witness testimony, I don't think the government has anything, unless they wait for the autopsy report and the pathology report or something, the toxicology report. Those things will tell about. I think the entire case is based on pretty much what we already know. Everything that is available in the public there. I think what the government knows is pretty much what we know.
Mr. Gayman, quickly. Yeah. Let me just squeeze the last one there.
Yeah, go ahead.
Mr. Johnson, do you think, I heard IG said today that they, like you just earlier alluded to, they based their decision on eyewitnesses and all that stuff. But now, do you think, as an investigator, will you be using one of the folks from Mr. Jackson's home, like that the domestic or staff at his home that they took in? Do you think, as an investigator, you will put forward to them as witnesses for the state against Mr. Jackson?
Yeah, you can. They're not necessarily state. They can be both state and defense witnesses because they are neutral parties in the singular sense. So they are just there to testify as to what they saw. Because these guys are not they're not like state witnesses in terms of, as you know, it would be like, oh, this person turned state witness because the person was involved and the state gave them a deal, so they turned state witness. So in the sense, they are both witnesses for the defense and the state. So they will be testifying to what they saw. So they are kind of neutral in this situation. They're not really state witnesses as we know state witnesses to be. So they can testify, the word that they make and testify to what he saw. The state will use it in a way to establish, that Mr. Jackson was the only person who saw the defendant as the deceased alive. That those witnesses did not see the deceased alive, they did not see her, when they did not hear her, they did not do anything, also they did not enter the room. So those are the things, that's the context in which those people will be used. Then on the flip side, the defense will use them within the context of what they observed when they entered the room after Mr. Jackson opened the door. what they observe, the state will use them for that, but the defense will also use that to build a contradict whatever evidence the state brings. Because if the people saying one thing and the state evidence is saying another thing, then it raises question and it creates reasonable doubt.
Wow. Dr. Peabody, you're next.
Thank you, sir, because it seems like the place getting dark where I am. All right, but thank you very much. But let me ask you this question. Could Jackson, I know you're not a lawyer, but from my understanding that the young lady was alive when she went to the hospital and they had to do a brain surgery. Liberia as a country, we know, and the medical issue we have in our country. Do you think that Jackson could come up with a defense and say that the medical team did not do a good job? The surgery may have been the reason my wife may have died or something like that. Could he put up defense like that?
He can put up a defense, but that's a very hard bar to cross. That's a very hard bar because to prove medical malpractice is a serious thing. So he can put up that defense, but he has to prove it. At that point now, the burden is on him now to prove that the surgery caused his wife's death. That means that the burden shifts away from the state to the defense. If that's his defense, then he has to prove it. In a situation, he doesn't have to prove anything. He just has to punch holes in the state argument. But if he's putting up an argument that the death of his wife was caused by the hospital, then first of all he's trying to beat the manslaughter charge. That means he's saying that he's trying to beat the manslaughter charge that her death was as a result of medical negligence as opposed to the injuries he sustained. But his best bet would be to defend himself against the claim that he inflicted the injury. That's his best bet. Okay. If you want to convolute his defense, his argument, that means you'll be fighting on all fronts. You will not just be fighting that you didn't commit the injury, but you also want to prove that she was killed by the hospital. It would just be too much. It's convoluting. You just want to have one strategy, and that one strategy would be that I did not inflict this injury. That would be his best strategy instead of trying to fight the hospital.
Yeah, but my second question here, Mr. Gayman, the police. You mentioned that the police went to reconstruct the crime scene. Do you know that? I mean, do you realize that woman was dead a long time? They took her body, and it took hours before the police was alerted by somebody else. Don't you think that the cleaning and everything could have been done prior to the police going there? Because police probably wouldn't have gone there if Senator Jackson's friend had not called to say that. Hey, check Sam because I saw him beating his wife or doing something. Don't you think that the police took too long to go there?
So the police took too long to go there. So my thing is, that's an interesting question because based on what Chief Kromah said, the room was clean, the bedsheet was washed, and everything was done. So based on that, why is it that he's not charged with evidence tampering as well? Because if you believe that he committed the crime, he inflicted the injury, then when you feel you have probable cause to charge him with manslaughter because you feel he inflicted the injury, then that means it's criminal. So whatever action Mr. Jackson took as it relates to that scene was in furtherance of concealing his crime. So now we can establish if you feel that you can charge him with manslaughter and all that, then you can charge him with evidence tampering. So why they did not charge him with evidence tampering is concerning. But here is what I believe. Based on what I observed on the videos and things like that, I do not believe that right there and there the scene was clear. I do not believe that. There was too many times. I believe it happened more likely than not after the first time the police got there. That's what I believe. Because I don't think unless if it happened during the time before the police got there, then that goes even more to motive. It goes to prove that, oh yeah, this something actually happened. Because if you tell the people to wash the bedsheet, clean the room, and all these things, if nobody has the presence of mind, after somebody got seriously injured, you come and meet them in that state of mind, in that state, to be worried about cleaning bedsheet, to be worried about cleaning room. If you are worried about that, then I say something else. You understand me? If I come and see my wife in a pool of blood, for the next 10, 15 hours, I'm not worried about cleaning the room. That's not my concern. My concern is making sure she's okay. If she dies, my mindset is not even about room business. So unless somebody cleaned it on behalf of Mr. Jackson without his instruction, if he was the one who said that, that's raises serious concern. But again, I do believe that if the police had taken control of the scene based on that, when they initially arrived, they would have found something in that when they would have been able to have a better understanding of the incident as opposed to reconstructing the scene.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's welcome our other guest. Chief, welcome to the show.
Yeah, can you hear me? Thanks for having me.
Yeah, great. Let me also welcome Honorable Seaton. Seaton, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much. I'm happy to be here.
Good. We have a full deck here, and this is very interesting. Let me go to Fanta. Fanta, we have two guests here today. We're going to do the police science first, then we're going to go to the legal aspect. So yeah, go ahead. Your two questions.
Yes, Alfred, thank you so much again for joining us. We really enjoyed your time when you were here last time. So thank you for being able to make time again. You touch a little bit on the scene tampering. I kind of want to go back to that because the reports do indicate that, or the police confirm that the household staff cleaned the blood at the scene before the investigators could secure anything. So that right there just tells me when I'm reading it that the houseboy was asked to clean up before the police got there. Otherwise, they would have been able to collect blood and had a better idea of what actually transpired. So that's what they indicate in their report. So with that, why wouldn't they charge him with tampering with evidence? Why wouldn't that be one of the charges, considering this is what they mentioned in their statement, that the scene was indeed tampered with?
You see, that's a very good question, and that's I can't answer that question because if you claim with what the chief said, that is clear indication. Those are all elements of evidence tampering. So if you are going to charge him with criminal act and the evidence the scene was clear, maybe you should have charged with evidence tampering. Maybe the reason why they did not do that is because the people who claim the scene maybe did not do it at his instruction, based on his instruction. Maybe they did it based on just trying to clean the house to make sure it's clean for people, family members coming and all that. Maybe that's what they did it for. But then it sounds that the chief is saying that it was either at the instruction of Mr. Jackson or Mr. Jackson himself did it. So if that's the case, then you have been charged, unless you're trying to tell me that the people who did it, they did it without, outside of Mr. Jackson's instruction. That's the only logical answer I can come up with. Because if you charge him criminally for what happened on that scene, then you should charge him for evidence tampering. Why you did not charge him, it's beyond me.
Yeah.
Second question,
and to follow up with that, with the aggravated assault charge, the police mentioned that there could have been a sharp-edged weapon, right, pertaining the laceration that was found. There could have been a sharp-edged weapon that was suspected to have been used, but considering that none was found at the scene, it then brings up the question again, right? How does not having the weapon impacts their ability to prove aggravated assault?
So they said, according to them, according to the chief, he said, and I quote, he said during the trauma sequence, it says probable sequence of events of blunt force impact to chest, which caused a fall resulting in head trauma, resulting in contusion, laceration, and hemorrhage. So what he's saying here is, he's not saying that her head, Mr. Jackson had a weapon in the head and hit her head. The weapon that was used was probably his head. Pushed her heavily that she went back and fell on something hard, some sort of maybe the bed head, the commode, the sink, some sort of hard object that resulted in her head injury. So while it's true, the indirect weapon could be the bed, the commode, or something hard. But as far as the direct weapon is concerned, it appears that they are saying that it was a push with the head, a hard push, a blunt force push that resulted in her falling. So that means it was a serious force that was applied to her to fall to the point where she had that injury on her head.
Yeah, and that's a really good point. For I know the other side of this is a history of seizures, and some have suggested she could have had a seizure that resulted in the bruises found on her. But with that revelation, that clearly demonstrates a push to the chest, right? When they observe her injury, they observe that. Would a seizure be able to cause or result in such blunt force trauma, like to the head, when you clearly can physically see that there was a chest push?
So I can't speak to what a seizure can do, what it can do, because I'm not a medical professional. But based on what I've seen, based on my interaction, based on the amount of things I've gone through, based on the fact that I've gone to hospital, I've seen so many injuries. And I don't know what's in Mr. Jackson's room. It is hard to see that, but it is not impossible. I'm not saying that, but it is not impossible. And I'm not a medical professional to reach that conclusion, but it is not impossible for that to happen. But again, you have to know what's in the room, what's not in the room. What was the height? Was she standing on the bed when she fell? Was she standing on the counter? Was she standing on something, or was she just on the ground? There are so many questions that have to be asked and answered in order to establish that the injury was as a result of seizure or was a result of somebody pushing her. So that's the thing. I can't speak to it in a very professional way because I'm not a medical professional.
Thank you.
Excellent. I know we're going to go to our legal team. Let me go to Mr. Seaton. Then we will close the police science part of this, and then we will switch to the legal part of it. Mr. Seaton, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Mr. Johnson, thank you very much for your input. I would really appreciate you giving us some clarity on this issue. My question to you is, in the face of the fact that the police did not state that there was a definite cause of death and have leveled all of these charges against Mr. Jackson, as a criminal justice practitioner, how will you have approached this case to ensure that Jackson is charged with the proper crime for him to be convicted?
So, first off is, I think he was appropriately charged. I think Mr. Jackson was appropriately, based on the evidence presented, I think he was appropriately charged. That's the first thing. Number two, we have to understand that one of the things they teach you as a detective, as an investigator, is don't put all your card out there, or just give enough to have your probable cause. Because the level of proof needed for probable cause is not what you need for probable cause is not the same as what you need for conviction. So what you need to do is just give enough that the judge or the jury can give you, say, yeah, you have probable cause to arrest, to do your warrant and things like that. Now, when you go for trial now, then you can be able to present all the other evidence. So maybe at trial, LFP will present the timeline. Okay, this is the timeline. This is the sequence of event. We believe that there was an argument in the morning. Mr. Jackson inflicted an injury, locked her up in the room, went to the show to create alibi, and came back and acted surprised because of the injury, but he was fully aware. And then they have to back it with evidence. What I would do is, if I investigate that case, the first thing I would do is, once I get information from the hospital, knowing how critical it is, knowing how critical scene preservation is to establishing guilt, I will have gone straight to that house. I don't care who it is there. I will have gone straight to that house and understand, hey, this is what's happening, and this house is my scene now. We've done that several times. We've taken over people's houses. You get mad, that's fine. We tell you, say, hey, we gotta investigate it. We gotta investigate it. So the first thing I run that house, because believe it or not, the kids will rest on what happened in that house. The 2 or 3 hours from in the morning to 10:30. What happened? We don't know what happened. Another thing you have to understand is, if you have gotten on that scene early to be able to secure the scene, you are then able to establish once you sustain the injury. Because people have medical professionals, neurologists like brother who can do to tell you, based on the amount of blood, based on this injury, this is how long it takes for this person to bleed this amount of blood. But none of those things were there. So the scene contamination is very critical. If Mr. Jackson is going to get away with it, if Mr. Jackson is going to be found not guilty, it's going to be based on the fact that we don't have enough evidence on the scene. All the case is based on circumstantial evidence. Another thing I would have done is the autopsy report. I would have waited for the autopsy report before charging. Now I understand that the public needed some sort of information they wanted you to charge and things like that. But I would have waited for the autopsy report because there are times where you charge people and the ASA tells you, we don't have enough to go for conviction. So we just decline to prosecute. We decline to prosecute. We're going to have. I had a case. Let me give you an example. I had a case where there was a shooting incident. The victim knows the suspect very well and things like that. At the end of the day, I did my photo array. The suspect was identified. Everything. I got my warrant. Everything. My case photo was stacked. It was heavy. Took it to the ASA. ASA did everything. We have a strong case. By the time 2-3 weeks later, for the victim to report to the ASA, he could not report. He refused to report. The victim said he doesn't want to deal with it. The victim said he doesn't want to deal. No matter how strong my case was, I could not. The ASA could not go forward with the case because he said even though we have enough, but the victim cannot put the case over the threshold that we need. The victim is refusing to cooperate with the investigation. My point is, you may have enough for charging, but you may not have enough for conviction. So it's entirely possible that the autopsy may come back and tell you that, it may come back and give you something that is contradictory to your case. Will you want to go forward now? So that means you just charge Mr. Jackson for no reason. So I think I will have waited for the autopsy report, the toxicology report, before I come up with charges.
Thank you very much, Mr. George. I think we have come to the end of the police segment. Could you farewell our guests so we can segue into the legal aspect?
Yeah, let me again thank Mr. Johnson very much for taking his time to help us navigate what happened today at the Liberian National Police press conference. We appreciate you so much. It takes someone with expertise like you, what you have, to help us to understand, at least tonight, what you have said. Most of us now understand, I think, get to understand exactly what is at stake and what we should expect in the coming weeks and coming months. Thank you so much, and we look forward to always having you, making your time available to us. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity as always.
Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for tuning in. What's on your mind is still going on. We want you to be a participant in the discussion here. Wherever you are, what you're hearing, let us know. Today, we will be concentrating on this breaking case, the breaking news. Jackson versus
That the only thing we're going to be concentrating on?
Nope, but it is in two parts. We want to make sure that we have this exhausted on the police end and then the legal end, then we go to something else. So the
I think
case
we should also keep the line open in case someone wants to make an input, maybe like a legal person or so.
Sure. So it is now Jackson versus the state of the Republic of Liberia. Our legal luminary is here. We want to bring him on. So
Mr. Gayman, can I say
Yes.
something real quick? For the sake of our audience and those listening, I asked Myean to find a video of the press statement by the police. He's working on that, so as soon as he gets there, I will let you know. So we can play it briefly for our audience.
Okay. Our audience, if you didn't follow the case today, if you didn't follow the press release, the police, the activities, the arrest of Mr. Jackson, all of that, we want to bring you up to speed, and hopefully you can follow through. Today we have our police expert. Now we're going to turn into Mr. Freeman Esquire will be here to take on some questions, and those of us who are not lawyers, we just talk.
Mr. Gayman, before the white lawyers getting ready to come up, I sent you a statement from Mr. Jackson's lawyer in your message. Can you read it, please?
We gotta be fair and balanced on the case.
Oh yeah, listen, we have made it clear. We are not here to indict anybody. What we say here is just our personal opinion. This is why we are calling professionals here. Here I see a statement from the defense counsel. And I want to believe this might come from Councilor Serena Cephas.
Yeah.
It says that as a defense counsel for many years, and then former Solicitor General of the Republic of Liberia, and now private defense counsel. I have never seen the way the police IG personalized this Sam Jackson case before. He first named him as a person of interest, then a suspect, and now a defendant that must answer an indictment containing manslaughter, aggravated assault, negligent homicide. These charges are not only laughable, but they make quite a pathetic reading and can better represent IG Kromah's own figment of imagination for a number of reasons, paramount among which are: one, making the publicity stunt out of a painful death of Sam Jackson's wife; two, turning his sadness for the loss of his wife into a show where he becomes the perpetrator rather than the grieving victim he is; and three, creating a public circus for Sam Jackson to be detained at all costs at South Beach to demonstrate that he, IG Kromah, is the rooster in town. One cannot help but wonder whether IG Kromah understands that these charges levied against Mr. Jackson are all billable offenses. The IG Kromah needs to understand the parameters of his power. But beyond all of the brouhaha, there's one concern that IG Kromah must understand, and that is when the noise settles and the real debate starts, the truth will surely come out. Samuel Jackson was not a babysitter for his wife, but rather a husband, and so charging him with negligent homicide speaks volume. This is from the legal team of the Jacksons. Let me welcome Councilor Stephen Freeman. Welcome to the show, sir.
Thanks for having me, man.
Great, great, great. We are glad that you came in, took time off your busy schedule to come and give us some insight. If you could just either lower your chair or move it so we can see. We'll see. There you go.
Can you hear me better?
Yeah, better.
Okay.
There you go. There you go. So here we are. Thank you very much. This case has been trending. We've been following since this morning. If you are on the East Coast since this morning, I don't know where you are, but yes, from not South Beach, Miami, but we
Myean said he got a clip ready. I don't know whether the lawyer wants us to play it or he wants to go ahead.
No, I've listened to that recording already. I think it was very brief and to the point. Let me just begin by saying that I entirely agree with, to some extent, I agree with his legal counsel that under our criminal jurisprudence in Liberia, there is a presumption of innocence. And secondly, manslaughter, negligent homicide, aggravated assault, reckless endangerment, those are all bailable offenses under the 1978 Penal Code of Liberia, section 13.1 to be precise. Those are bailable offenses. So I'm not surprised that Mr. Jackson was taken into custody. That's the normal course of, how these things happen. But ultimately, Mr. Jackson will have his day in court, and at that point, his lawyers can ask for bail.
Great. One of the things that baffled me, but it seems to be like it has been customary in Liberia, is they call Jackson to show up about 10 o'clock, 9:45, 10 o'clock in the morning, and they didn't process him until close to 5 p.m. Can you talk to us? I have my own reasons, but legally, I don't know why they do that. Some people say they do that when they want you to spend the night in jail, as they did to Kofa and the rest. You call someone at 9 o'clock in the morning to show up. You didn't process them until 5 when the court about to close. Talk to us. Is that a normal practice?
I mean, those things happen. As long as the police is acting within within the confines of the law. So you can't hold him for more than 48 hours in some instances. So it's not surprising that they can get him, even if you could get him on a weekend, for example, and keep him Friday, Saturday, Sunday until Monday before you present him to court. There's nothing necessarily illegal about that. So it's not surprising that they can get him at 9 a.m. and then, charge him until 5 p.m. Maybe they just want to hold him further. Maybe they want to continue to have access to him. But there's nothing inherently wrong with that. So, it happens.
Great. Let me go to St. Tomalin, George. George, your first question.
Yes. Thank you, Councilor Freeman, for coming on the show. Thank you for taking your time to help us understand what's happening. My question is, looking at the charges that the police have brought against Mr. Jackson, do you think that these charges will come up with a conviction? Do you think the police? I know that the officers said that they would have a very difficult time coming with a conviction. Do you think, as a defense attorney, do you think the police have the charges are strong enough to convict him?
Well, first and foremost, let me say for the record that the charges are appropriate. Okay. And the prosecutors want to be careful when it comes to charging. You don't want to overcharge someone, because ultimately what happens if you overcharge, you may not have the evidence to convict. And keep in mind that the burden of proof in criminal cases is beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, having said that, let's talk a little bit about what Officer Johnson alluded to. I think some sloppy investigation was done, first and foremost, right? I understand Officer Johnson said that, once they became aware that a crime had been committed, they would have immediately entered the home to secure the home. You cannot do that. The reason you cannot do that is because a savvy defense lawyer, like one of the lawyers he has now, might just go to court and say, well, the police did not have sufficient evidence. There was no probable cause that crime had been done. There was no warrant. There was no exigency. In other words, there was no emergency that precluded the police from securing a search warrant. In this case, what the police should have done, once they became aware that a crime may have been committed, they should have secured a warrant, a search warrant. And the reason you do that is because you don't want to, undermine the investigation. Because had the police simply gone to the scene and then swamped the house and start searching stuff because someone told them, hey, this man has killed his wife, where's the exigency? Where's the emergency? Why precluded the police from securing a search warrant? What the police should have done, was to secure the scene, just like they did when we saw in the video. But more importantly, after they had secured the scene, they should have then gone to secure a search warrant. And the reason you do that, because under our criminal procedures in Liberia, under the law, just like in America, there is, people are protected against what we call unreasonable searches and seizures. Unless there's exigency, unless there's that emergency to preserve human life, the police must always secure a search warrant. So, I get what Officer Johnson is saying. A crime had been committed, but there was no reason why the police could not have secured a search warrant. Instead, what the police did here, and I think that's where they made a mistake, was to secure the outside perimeters of Mr. Johnson's home. But at the same time, they allowed too many people to flood the crime scene, thereby destroying the crime scene. So we don't know who cleaned the crime scene. We don't know who washed the crime scene. It could have been Mr. Jackson himself. It could have been any other person. But it's important to note that the crime scene was not properly secured. They could have secured the way they did, but at the same time prevented more people from going in and out, because the fact that people are going in and out of that crime scene in of itself was the contamination of the crime scene. And I don't see why they could not get a search warrant on day one. On day one, they could have gotten a search warrant from a judge. Only judges or magistrate issue search warrants. They could have gone and knocked on the judge's home and said, listen, we have a situation where someone may have committed a crime. We need a search warrant to search that home. And they could have gotten that, but they didn't do that until maybe day two or something of that sort. And I think that was a mistake.
Great. Before Mr. George, before you ask your second question, from the legal team of Jackson, he wanted to make sure that the world knew what was happening, he said the charge sheets, he was charged with 4 counts, but for some strange reason, the jury only indicted him on 2, the manslaughter and the negligence, but the other 2 he was not indicted on those 2. So how do you part that?
Was that a question for me, sir?
Yes, yes.
So the police are not precluded from charging Mr. Jackson. Now, from what you're saying, it seems to me there was a grand jury indictment here.
Yes.
The grand jury indicted him on 2 counts.
Yes.
Okay, so the police is not entirely precluded from charging Mr. Jackson. And I think I like the idea that it went to a grand jury. And the reason grand juries are important so that it can take away this whole idea of people trying to politicize, the prosecution. If you get a grand jury, an independent grand jury, they can review the evidence from the prosecutor, and then they can decide whether there's sufficient evidence, right, to actually charge him. So it seems to me from what his lawyer is saying that the grand jury was actually approached, evidence was presented to the grand jury, and the grand jury charged him with 2 offenses on it. However, the police brought an additional or 2 additional charges. There's nothing inherently wrong with that. Ultimately, what's going to happen here is that Mr. Jackson is going to have his day in court, and the state bears the burden to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that, in fact, all of these crimes were committed. Now, keep in mind that each crime, there are specific elements that the prosecution must prove each element beyond a reasonable doubt.
Let me go to Honorable. The Honorable, are you up? Honorable Progressive, are you up? Victor Nagbe, are you up?
I'm here. I'm
here. Somebody told you were snoring. Anyway, yeah, your question to the lawyer.
No. Mr. Freeman, thank you very much for coming, and thank you also for the input. Let me ask you, you said all of the charges are available, which I think is a good thing, because we're looking at, I think they're taking him back to court tomorrow, which is Friday. And Jerome alluded to what happened the last time where he went in the morning and they ended up keeping him until, closing time, and then they had to put him in jail. So now that I think the pre-trial stage has passed, how do you see this play out? How is this? How does it usually play out? Is he going to put? Is he going to make bail tomorrow? Now is he home? Because I think he was in handcuffs. I think they took him inside. What do you think is going to happen? Is it likely that he may be detained beyond tomorrow again up to the weekend? Because this is Easter weekend. I think Monday is probably a holiday as well.
So he was what? He was taken into custody today, right?
I saw him in handcuffs. Jerome,
yes.
Wasn't he taken into custody today?
Yeah, he was taken this evening. Yes.
It is very possible that he may not get before a judge until Monday. It's possible. It is Thursday, tomorrow's Friday in Liberia. And I'm not sure when the court's closed in Liberia, but it's possible Mr. Jackson may not get before a judge until Monday. But he's entitled to bail. And I suspect strongly that his attorneys are going to be filing the motion for him to be bailed. And frankly, unless the government can prove that, in fact, under the Liberian criminal statute and have it written down, say a person in custody for the commission of a capital offense that before conviction be entitled to as of right to be admitted to bail, unless the proof is evident or the presumption is great that he is guilty. Now, I don't necessarily agree with the way the statute is framed. Notwithstanding, Mr. Jackson is entitled to bail. Whether or not the evidence is so great that he committed a crime, under the Liberian jurisprudence, Mr. Jackson will be entitled to bail.
Great. Your second question before I go to Fanta.
Yeah, go ahead. Go to Fanta.
Fanta. Ms. Kamara, are you there?
I'm having some technical difficulties.
It's all right.
Thank you so much again for joining us today. My question will probably be very brief. I want to understand historical trend. what indications do we have historically that can determine such a case as Mr. Jackson's case would be prosecuted beyond just a charge? Say the court might find him guilty or what have you. What can we look to historically to determine the outcome of this case?
Well, I don't like to speculate. I don't want to sound speculative, but what I will say is that under our current jurisprudence in Liberia, anyone accused of a crime is presumed innocent. Mr. Jackson at this point is presumed innocent. Mr. Jackson has a right of counsel. Mr. Jackson has a right to confront his accusers in court. Let's also keep in mind, Mr. Jackson doesn't have to prove his innocence. He doesn't have to prove anything. The burden of proof lies with the government. It is the Liberian government that has to prove each of these elements of the charges that they're bringing against him beyond a reasonable doubt. And if they cannot prove that, all Mr. Jackson's lawyer has to say is that the government has not met its burden of proof. Now, for example, look at the Gloria Musu-Scott case. Gloria Musu-Scott was tried in Liberia, the former Chief Justice. She was convicted at the trial court level. However, at some point, her lawyer filed an appeal to the Liberian Supreme Court, and that case went all the way to the Liberian Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court, after reviewing all of the facts, determined that there was not sufficient evidence for a conviction. So I see this thing playing out. Now, what I would like to see the Mr. Jackson lawyers just from procedurally is to file all of the necessary motion. For example, they need to file a motion to exclude, motion to eliminate. So there's certain evidence you might want to limit here, because I will argue that some of the evidence that were gathered were already contaminated anyway. So they may want to file a motion to eliminate to limit the introduction of certain evidence. What I will also hope they can do is to maybe file a motion to change the venue. Because if you really think about Mr. Jackson's case, it's overly saturated in Montserrat County already, right? Almost everyone in the county, everyone in the state of Monrovia is aware of Mr. Jackson's case. So you may want to argue he may not get a fair pool of jury in Montserrat County. So as a matter of strategy, I will hope that they can change the venue to a different county.
So, and the reason why I asked for historical context here, especially for a much similar case, as in domestic violence, a spouse ends up dead, allegedly due to the other spouse. Has there been a case like this? Because I think that's really important. If we're looking for indicators, has there been a case like this where we can look to and say, this is where, of course, not being speculative, but this is where we believe the trajectory of this case is going to be. This is where we believe there might be loopholes. This is where, are you able to recall such cases? That is
no, I cannot. But no, that's not even really relevant. And the reason I say that is because each case is specific to the facts that can be established, right?
Well, I know that, but I'm just saying. So I'm so sorry, but I'm just saying, because when you look at public cases, right? When you look at public cases, especially a case like Mr. Jackson, we know that the common people experiences this all the time. You hear that some farmer in Lufa on the farm took a cutlass and chopped his wife and killed her right then and there. You rarely hear that becomes a public spectacle. You see a case like Mr. Jackson's, and you have to ask. We know this happens to the common people, and it gets buried. Everyone is innocent until proven guilty. So to look to how this case is going to play out as a lawyer, can you recall any similar cases that was very public as well?
No, I can't. None comes to mind as far as Liberia is concerned. I can't think of any case in Liberia where a husband allegedly murdered his wife and was prosecuted and possibly convicted. I cannot think of a case in Liberia that you have that kind of outcome. But again, I would say that you are right to the extent that I firmly believe that Mr. Jackson's situation is not the first in Liberia. I'm sure there are a lot of instances where husband or spouse may have murdered another spouse, and yet we don't hear about it. But the reason we're hearing about this one, as you would know, is because of the the stature and the credential of Mr. Jackson. So I'm hoping that he would get a day in court, and I'm hoping that ultimately his wife is going to get justice, if it means whatever that means for the family.
Excellent.
Just one follow-up, Mr. Gayman, before you move on. From you trial cases like these all the time. How familiar are you with cases involving multinationals in this case, where you possibly have the U.S. involved and you have South Africa involved, probably both seeking justice for the deceased, and then Mr. Jackson also being a dual citizen on the other end, leveraging that or those levers, right, to be exonerated. How do you see this being played out from a multinational perspective?
Well, first and foremost, I really don't think the U.S. has any interest in Mr. Jackson's case. Let me just put it
he's
out
a former
there.
Marine, so that's why I bring that out. Oh.
Yeah, well, maybe to the extent he's a former Marine, they may be observing it, but whatever the outcome is, America is going to respect the judiciary of Liberia. They're going to hope that Mr. Jackson is going to have his day in court, and ultimately, whatever the outcome is, they're going to respect that. But to your question, I've seen a case involving a Nigerian national. That was a high-profile case that happened in Detroit. If anyone can recall, in 2009, there was a gentleman who attempted to bomb the, I believe it was Delta Airline from Yemen, and they call him the unaware bomber. And that became a very high-profile case. That was a foreign national. And in that particular case, I was held in Detroit in the U.S. District Court for the District of Michigan. I was actually one of the few people that were in court for that case, where the Nigerian consulate actually sent a representative, including a lawyer, to observe the case. Nigeria is one of those few countries where when the national is being prosecuted for something, there's a mandatory notification that is required. I strongly believe South Africa is going to continue to follow this case, and they will hope that the Liberian government is going to pursue it vigorously. And whatever the outcome is, they're also going to respect. Now, keep in mind that the issue of this case is the jurisdiction lies within Liberia. Now, Mr. Jackson is not going to be prosecuted outside of Liberia, most likely not. He's not going to be prosecuted in South Africa. Whatever the outcome is in Liberia, I'm hoping that they're going to respect it.
Excellent, excellent. Let me go to Sarah. Sarah?
Yeah, Mr. Freeman, thank you. Councilor Freeman, thank you so much for coming on to enlighten our mind on this case. The previous guest we had on, Mr. Johnson, alluded to timeline in this case, and the fact that this lady has some, previous health conditions and stuff like that, and also with the bruises on her body, the LMP is telling us it's consistent with domestic violence and all of that. What can you tell us about the timeline? Do you think it's going to be crucial? I mean, I know Mr. Johnson said it, but let's hear from you in that.
Yeah, in every criminal investigation, just as Mr. Johnson said, I entirely agree with him that the timeline is critically important. The chain, what we call the chain. So, for example, in criminal investigation, there's something you have to maintain. You got to maintain the chain of custody. So, for example, if you gather evidence, you got to maintain the chain of custody. Whoever had access to that evidence has to be documented, right? It's all about that whole idea of timeline. In this particular case, the police, maybe they've been able to establish some timeline, and we don't know yet because, as long as they're able to establish probable cause to indict him, that's what they have done here. So maybe during the actual prosecution, they will be able to bring more, disclosure as far as the timeline. But one thing that comes to mind is it's critically important when someone dies that you capture, what the events of time frame. And what I mean by that is when Mrs. Jackson died, there was a short window, I think 6 to 8 hours, for the police to be able to determine time of death, right, and maybe potentially cause of death, something called a post-mortem, right? Post-mortem investigation. Because 6 to 8 hours after someone dies, something happens in the body. It's called rigor mortis. Legal motives start taking place within 6 to 8 hours after death, and that's critical time frame that allows investigators or coroner investigators to be able to determine when did this person die. Because keep in mind, Mr. Jackson claimed in one of his press briefings that he was actually out when he contacted his home to check on his wife. Ultimately, when he got by the way, was found dead. One more argued he was trying to establish alibi by not being in the home. So that's why it's critically important to determine, okay, when did she die? How long before that was Mr. Jackson out of the house? All of that will be critical. My concern is whether or not, that post-mortem investigation was done to determine when she actually died. And that would be really critical here for prosecution. They will have to establish, because Mr. Jackson's alibi is, I was out of the house. I wasn't even home when she may have died. And so it is important to know when she actually died. But with a lack of post-mortem investigation, if it wasn't done, they will find it really difficult. The prosecution will find it difficult.
Thank you.
Your follow-up?
My only follow-up would be is that Mr. Jackson consistently, his wife medical record is out there, with regards to her being, a seizure patient. When I heard about, because the whole case, I'm not a lawyer, but I'm thinking in my mind, me being a nurse, if somebody is a seizure patient, never ever can you leave that person by themselves. You cannot. A seizure patient is monitored 24/7. So do you think that's going to play out in this case with regards to her medical record? Her being a seizure patient and she was left home, and Mr. Jackson went to a radio station to go and have a talk show. Do you think that's going to play out?
You remember when I said earlier that the burden of proof lies with the state. The Liberian government has the burden to prove that, something he did caused her death. Now, keep in mind, there were 4 charges here. And namely, you have this whole manslaughter, and you have negligent homicide, reckless endangerment, and aggravated assault. Her medical record certainly comes into play, because for Mr. Jackson and his legal team, that would be their greatest tool to cast reasonable doubt. All Mr. Jackson and his lawyers have to do here is to cast reasonable doubt. And reasonable doubt in this particular instance is that she could have potentially fallen and, injure her head. Now, I understand it's some kind of blunt force trauma. Blunt force trauma could have resulted from a fall. We don't know, the circumstances of Mr. Jackson's home. So it's possible, but it will be up to his legal team to use that as a tool to cast reasonable doubt. But that's all they have to do. In terms of the proof, that proof lies with the state. They have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Jackson actually did something, maybe conscious disregard for human safety, that then resulted to death. For his legal team, what they have to do is reasonable doubt. And if they can show that there is history of medical record of seizure, and there have been instances where he may have called 911 while she was in America of a potential seizure, all of that plays into this whole idea of reasonable doubt. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the evidence shows that Mr. Jackson has actually fallen before. It's not her first time falling. It's not her first time going unconscious. All of that comes into play.
Thank you.
Excellent. Ladies and gentlemen, we in Florida here, South Florida, we are dealing with a similar case. The vice mayor of Coral Springs was murdered in domestic violence, allegedly by the husband, very similar to what we are talking about. A young up-and-coming star. She was an elected official. She was appointed to be vice mayor of Coral Springs. She and her husband got into some argument. The husband called the police to check on his wife. They found the wife dead. It's just like it's playing out in Liberia. And the husband has been arrested. The case is ongoing. We send our grievances, our sympathy to the family of this young woman, Nancy Mateo, that's her name. Tragedy, totally distraught for a young up and coming. She was about to run for Congress next month. Young woman. So domestic violence is a serious stuff. We shouldn't take it. Let me go to Honorable Jackson. Jackson, our counsel is here. Your two questions.
Thank you very much. Councillor Freeman, thank you again for coming in to enlighten us.
Hold on 1 minute. Guys, let's remove the I can see the honorable. There you go.
Okay. Councillor Freeman, thank you again for coming in to enlighten us and give us some information on this case. My question to you is that looking at the fact that there were several lapses in the investigation, do you think that the state, the Republic of Liberia, has a strong case against Mr. Samuel Jackson?
You know, oftentimes when, most prosecutors will tell you, most criminal cases are won not by direct evidence, not by demonstrable, clear evidence, right? Circumstantial evidence plays a very great role in criminal prosecution. It happened more than often where individuals commit crime and they were charged by the police and then subsequently prosecuted, and you don't have demonstrable direct evidence. For example, you may not have the murder weapon. However, based on the totality of the circumstances, right, the prosecutor can piece together a circumstantial evidence or a strong case based on circumstantial evidence and then even get a conviction. And I said that to make the point that, I mean, it's not far-fetched that this particular case may end up in a conviction because there were evidence of abuse here, right? I mean, you may have witnesses out there who may be able to testify to the fact that they know of abuse. Now, the mere fact of abuse doesn't necessarily mean that Mr. Jackson committed murder. However, based on that totality of circumstantial evidence, the prosecutor may be able to get a conviction. It's a task ahead of them, but it's possible they could.
Okay, Jackson, your follow-up.
You're muted.
My second question, if you were the defense lawyer, what strategy will you use to not get a conviction in this case?
Well, criminal prosecution, you got to keep in mind that I think every defense lawyer goes into it knowing that all I have to do for my client is to cast reasonable doubt. That's all. Reasonable doubt. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, isn't it possible that Mistress Jackson could have fallen and hurt her head? And because help did not come within a reasonable time frame, she then ended up dying. It's possible. It's not out of the realm of possibility. But from a procedural standpoint, I expect that Mr. Jackson's lawyers will be filing several motions here. For example, motion in limine might be one to limit what evidence the jury get to see. One of them could be, a motion to change the venue. Those are some of the things. Maybe they may file motion. They may be calling some witnesses from within Mr. Jackson's home that may be able to testify. By the time that Mr. Jackson left the home, that Mrs. Jackson was still alive. All of those things go into the defense trying to prove a case to cast reasonable doubt. Now, let's keep in mind again that Mr. Jackson doesn't have to prove anything here. He doesn't even have to put up a defense. He doesn't have to testify, okay? Because the law prevents self-incrimination. Mr. Jackson doesn't have to testify, okay? The prosecution may want to call him, but he doesn't have to testify. If he decides to testify, he can testify. So ultimately, the government has to prove the case. Mr. Jackson only has to cast reasonable doubt. He can do that by, from a procedural standpoint, file a motion to limit the introduction of certain evidence. For example, evidence that may be considered contaminated because the police did not properly secure the scene. That could be some of the strategy. And maybe another strategy to take the case out of this overly saturated Monserrate County, Monrovia, and take it somewhere else where there's less media coverage. You may be able to get a more, equitable jury versus in Monrovia.
Let me welcome Robert Garguah. Robert Garguah, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Mr. Jerome. Thank you. Great conversation. And welcome back to Mr. Freeman. Been following. the conversation. Thank you.
Great. You just in time. You're in a question and a follow-up from Mr. Freeman.
Well, the so my question is, because I stand corrected. We haven't seen the full autopsy report. It's not out there, is it? Has anyone read the full report? And when the police inspector general addressed the press, I still have not heard the cause of death. And these charges are out there. Last week, there were questions about what was taking so long to, for the police to charge, especially since the autopsy report had concluded, for days now. So, is it important as a defense attorney or just the public? Because again, this is going to be Samuel Jackson is being judged in a court of public opinion. There are those whose minds have already been made up that he's a killer.
Correct.
Even though the court has not proved that. But isn't it important with such a high-profile case? In the context of Liberia, given Samuel Jackson's role, is it important that the police not to put out all of their evidences that won't be proved in court? Shouldn't we know the cause of death at least?
Well, I suspect that may come somewhere down the road, but keep in mind that the autopsy report is one of several pieces of evidence that the prosecutor is going to ultimately use in court. It's not the only evidence. I mentioned earlier the whole idea of circumstantial evidence. So yes, they may have an autopsy report there. They may also have witness testimony. They may have whatever they may have gathered from the crime scene. So the autopsy report is just one of several evidence. Now, I remember someone alluded to the fact that there was a grand jury here, and the grand jury indicted him on I think the two major charges, manslaughter and negligent homicide, and I stand corrected as to whether those were the charges he was indicted on. But the grand jury may have seen what we have not seen, because grand juries, grand jury hearings is one of those things where it's secretive. Mr. Jackson's lawyers have no right to attend the grand jury proceedings. Mr. Jackson has no right to be part of the grand jury proceedings. It's only between the prosecutor and the grand jury. And so at the grand jury hearing, one would assume that the prosecutor would have introduced to the grand jury the evidence that he has for them to actually indict Mr. Jackson. So perhaps some of those evidence that were introduced to the grand jury will be seeing those evidence actually during the actual trial.
Yeah, but in the context of Liberia and all of the questions of suspicions, and I would hate to make this a political case because I don't think it is. I think the Unity Party of the government had no part to play in what unfortunately happened at Mr. Jackson's house, and I think they're just doing their job. But just given some of the questions about police incompetency, question about politicizing certain things that shouldn't be politicized, wouldn't you think that at least even if the defense does not have access to the grand jury, this is my first time hearing that this was a grand jury charge. Why is it that, I mean, we don't have to know who the grand jurors are, but at least there will be some sort of public knowledge on the selection of grand jury, for instance, and on the processes. They don't have to disclose who they are, but it seems like all of these things were done in secret. For all we care, they could have picked who they want to pick to put forth these charges, and just say, well, he was indicted by, or he was charged by the grand jury. Does that not raise a red flag to you, especially given the context of Liberia?
The way I answer that question is to say that Mr. Jackson and his lawyer will have the day in court by way of discovery. They will have access to whatever evidence the prosecution intend to introduce. When it comes to criminal prosecution, there's something called exculpatory evidence. There's exculpatory and inculpatory evidence. So every exculpatory evidence, in other words, every evidence that proves Mr. Jackson's innocent, they had to introduce that to, they had to provide that to Mr. Jackson. And every inculpatory evidence, everything that could likely prove his guilt as well, have to be provided to Mr. Jackson's lawyer. So I'm hoping that as this process unfolds, that Mr. Jackson and his team are going to file for discovery, and through discovery, they're going to get whatever evidence the Liberian government intends to use against him in court. We may not have access to it now, maybe as a matter of strategy on their part. Maybe they're still conducting a number of things, who knows? But ultimately, as this case proceeds through the trial process, Mr. Jackson and his team are going to have a chance to demand that the prosecution provide those evidence for them.
The follow-up is Garguah.
No, I think he answered. I think he answered the question. I will only.
I'm sorry. The guest got 10 more minutes with the guest. Please.
Okay, 20 minutes.
Yeah, 10 more minutes. He has.
I got a quick question, Mr. Gayman.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Freeman. Councilor Freeman. I keep calling you Mr. Freeman.
I'm Mr. Freeman. It's fine.
I want to give you credit for what you did. I mean, and before the LMP could come out with any charges on Mr. Jackson, we saw pictures of his wife, photos, nude photos, bruises, different pictures flooded the internet. And what do you think? Don't you think, do you think, let me just put it straight up, do you think that the LMP was responsible for that? Or even if they were not responsible for that, do you think stuff like that could have a serious impact on the kids? Because, I mean, the fact is, these pictures were all over the place on talk shows and stuff like that. And I think even the baby that was just born today knows, everything about these kids with regards to bruises and stuff like that. So how do you think that's going to play out? I mean, on the part of the LMP?
Well, so here's what I was saying is in actual practice, those pictures, objection, they're highly inflammatory pictures, right? And they have the propensity to influence the jury in a way that is, it's really objectionable. So, look, if the Liberian government tries to introduce some of the pictures that we saw floating around here, I expect that Mr. Jackson and his lawyer are going to object. It is highly inflammatory. It has no probative value to the guilt or innocence of Mr. Jackson. So yes, those pictures, inflammatory, they could potentially tint the mind of a potential jury. And particularly with regards to Montserrat County and Monrovia. And this is why I say, as a matter of strategy, I will hope that Mr. Jackson lawyers to ensure that he gets a fair trial, that they remove this trial from Montserrat County to a different county, because the jury pool in Montserrat County is now tainted because of the publicity regarding this trial.
We got a caller on the line. Your name and where you calling from?
Hi, my name is Selena Cole, and I'm calling from Texas. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so I want to welcome the guest. Two questions. I have a comment or question. So, question there. The IG, after we all heard the briefing. So he talked about the autopsy that was done, blah blah. But then the family side said that they wouldn't do an independent autopsy, and he kind of dodged it and said that, oh well, the justice minister sent this person. I don't know about that. You need to vote to this person. It kind of went around it. Do you think, in my mind, I felt like it was a violation of Mr. Jackson, right? And I'm not a lawyer or anything, because I felt like, okay, you said you said that he was entitled to having an independent forensic person, his part of the procedure. Then how come now you're not sticking to that? So what are your thoughts on that? I mean, do you think it's a violation of his right? What does he stand with that? And then another thing, another question, a concern, really a comment. I felt like, okay, if he felt strongly, the IG, that, okay, they got evidence to believe that the blood was white and Mr. Jackson killed his wife, and stated all around, why go for other things other than murder? Go straight to what it should be. If you feel strongly, you got evidence to prove it in higher court. But to me, it feels like you're just throwing it back, hoping that what will stick. So I just like to hear your thoughts on that.
Regarding Mr. Jackson's attempt to get independent autopsy done, it's not late yet. I mean, clearly they should have aligned to do that, but you know, when it comes to these things, you have to first be able to authenticate or establish the credibility of the expert you're trying to use here, right? I've had cases involving murder, and I was trying to use a pathologist, but in order for us to use a pathologist, we had to actually be able to establish the credibility, the certification of the pathologist. So there needs to be an opportunity for them to do so if they can establish that this person they are using has the necessary credentials. To your second question about why they didn't bring a murder charge, I firmly believe that the charges here are appropriate, right? With regards to murder, keep in mind there are different elements of crime. Murder has a much higher element. So with murder, you have to prove premeditation and deliberation. You have to prove that Mr. Jackson intended, premeditated, deliberated, he planned it, and he committed murder. That's a much higher element to prove. Now, they all need reasonable doubt, but in order to prove the element of intent, the prosecution may have a difficulty doing that, given the circumstances surrounding this death. They might be able to prove that he, acted with some sort of unjustifiable, danger that caused death to this woman for reckless, manslaughter and then negligent homicide versus murder. So the reason they brought, manslaughter and homicide instead of murder is because of the culpability that is required to be proven here. Intent might be a much higher, burden to prove here.
Excellent. Thank you very much. It's about time. Well, you get 2 minutes here. Honorable Freeman, your parting comments. We thank you very much for coming.
Well, I want to. I know there were some missteps made by the police.
Mr. Freeman, before you do your parting comment, may I ask you this question? Are you're not licensed to practice in Liberia, are you?
No, I'm not licensed to practice in Liberia. I'm not. I'm licensed to practice in Maryland, Washington, D.C., and the United States District Court for the District of Maryland.
Do you have any intention of trying to maybe down the line to practice in Liberia? I think you're a pretty good lawyer. I would be very comfortable if I were to, because I need to start looking at a list of lawyers that I have a couple in Liberia, but I need a very good list of lawyers that I can. Yeah.
Well, a time will tell when that time comes. We'll cross that bridge, my friend.
I will encourage you to do that. I think you should start looking at getting the license to practice in Liberia.
You sound like my dad.
Can you live here and practice over there, though?
Yeah.
You can live anywhere and practice in Liberia if you have the license.
You trying to grab the man to go to Liberia?
Mr. Jackson lawyers,
good lawyers, Justin.
Mr. Jackson lawyer and they're all watching you and the government prosecutor and they case that I can see that the government will lose this case. I can already see it.
Yeah, Mr. Freeman, I just thought to mention that. I mean, just listening to you, if I had a kid,
if I
had a kid, I think I would be a pretty.
That's his opinion. That's his opinion, and that is not an official statement of the platform. That's his opinion.
Exactly.
That's right. That's right. He has the right to his opinion.
Councilor Freeman and Johnson, the officer, they broke it down. Trust me, people are texting me already. They asked me about the name already.
Our brother got too much information.
Oh yeah, that's what made him the boss.
Yeah, Mr. Freeman, go ahead and do your closing. But I just wanted to put that out there. I think you should definitely think about practicing in Liberia. I think.
I want to take this up and commend the Liberian government, the Liberian police, for notwithstanding some of the missteps initially, for having the courage to bring these charges. The fact of the matter is someone died here, and that should be taken seriously. And I hope, if anything can be taken away from this case, is that we should sort of give to the ordinary Liberian the same level of attention when it comes to these kinds of things. Because too many people are victims of domestic violence in our country, and unfortunately, we don't have the necessary social services to cater to them. So hopefully, after this case is all said and done, there might be some services the government might be able to consider to be able to cater to individuals who may be victims of domestic violence and may not be able to come out to speak about it. Because the only reason we are talking about this case is because of the individuals involved, and I think that's unfortunate.
Absolutely.
Thank
you. Tomalin George, our guest.
Let me say thank you again, because Councilor Freeman, we appreciate you. Anytime we call upon you, you always come to help us to understand the legal issues that is beyond us. We appreciate you, and I'm happy that you have a lot of followers now. People admire you, the way you can break this stuff down. Yes, and anybody want to invite this man on the platform? Yeah, you're joking. Yeah. But he's a great lawyer, and I appreciate you so much. Thank you so much again. We really, really appreciate you. At least people following the case now, they understand where we are, and I'm sure because of you and Officer Johnson tonight, we're going to follow this case religiously. So because you guys are the best, man. I'm just proud of how you guys broke it down for us, and I appreciate you, Robert, and for bringing. I'm just happy for what we heard tonight. Thank you so much.
Well, thanks for having me. My pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we know the difference between negligent homicide and all of that. It's good to bring people here. Everybody, we say, talk your own. That's why we say we don't talk across discipline. We make comments. We bring those who are expert in their fields to come and opine. Now let's go to other things that are happening in the Republic.
Before let me announce, tomorrow we have Monserrat Representative Frank Safoko. He'll be our guest tomorrow.
Another fire. Hey.
So tomorrow we'll be our guest tomorrow.
Mr. Gayman, I just wanted to make one point. I'm happy that we are bringing these experts on the show to kind of enlighten us on a lot of the things on, law enforcement and all of that. When Councilor Freeman was talking, I heard him say in Liberian law you can't self-incriminate. I learned that from him tonight. I'm happy because I see that the Liberian government is trying to get Kamara. We have to self-incriminate. So when he said that, it just rang a bell in my ear, So I just wanted to put that out there. Thank you.
Yeah, but also, speaking of self-incriminate, I think that I want us to say this. But I think to some extent, the Papa Samuel Jackson was self-incriminating until he got a lawyer.
Of course. From the things you were saying, right?
Right, absolutely. Because there were unnecessary explanation, that should not have been explained. There were some things that were said out of emotion, and I get it. People grieve differently, but I'm glad that he was able to get a lawyer, and I'm glad that they kind of, held him back. What I will say is, I will follow this case religiously. I am not going to give an opinion on they say and he say. It'll be very interesting to follow the evidence, to see how the evidence is what they are. I really want to know the cause of death.
Right.
But I will say this: if this case was to end up in a guilty verdict, I'll tell you this. I think that Samuel Jackson will go to jail, and by the beginning of 2030, because this is going to take a while. I don't think this is going to be a few months kind of situation. I think this is going to take a while. He's going to get released on bail. He's going to be out there. This is going to take a while. But if he was to go to jail, I foresee that he won't be released come 2030 by the new administration. But
same like the Gloria Muzuska case.
The double standard that I was going to talk about, Mr. Gayman, that we didn't speak on, is the Gloria Muzuska case, because there are people out there who are calling Samuel Jackson a killer, and they have rights to do that, right? They have rights to do that. But when the Gloria Muzuska case happened, Gloria Muzuska was found guilty by competent jurisdiction under our court system in Liberia.
Yep.
And it's very interesting that today, even given the fact that a young lady lost her life,
yep,
Gloria Muzuka is still celebrated today. by some of our most powerful women's group.
Yep.
Many of whom are women's advocate. I don't know how I'm just making this statement because this is an observation that how we selectively pick and choose who are killers and who are not killers. Because let's not forget, Mr. Gayman, a young lady lost her life in the home of Mistress Gloria Mususka. And she had her defense, she had her day in court, and that court, based on the evidence, found her guilty. There will be people who never trusted that verdict. I get it. But today, even with that, even without all of the evidences that showed that she didn't do it, people have somehow forgotten that ever happened. And today she's still we're talking about her possibly being the new neck chair lady, right? And so this is where we have and I'm sure Summer Jackson will be celebrated too by a few people in Liberia after this whole case is said and done. But the double standard and the hypocrisy in our system, I think, is sad on all sides. And it's important that when these cases happen, it's important that we look at the facts. I am interested in the facts. And if the fact shows that Samuel Jackson was involved based on what is alleged, I think he should serve time.
Well, let me give a little counter argument to what Mr. Garguah just stated. The Samuel Jackson case and the Gloria Mususka case are two different cases. Now, Mr. Samuel Jackson, the greatest of all of the charges against him was that of manslaughter. For Gloria Mususka, it was murder. And the government, even though normally under our jurisprudence, when you are charged with a crime and you are found guilty, you have the option to appeal. So an appeal was done to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court looked at the charge, the original charge that was levied against Madame Gloria Mususka. And the state, the Republic of Liberia, could not prove beyond all reasonable doubt that Madame Gloria Mususka was involved with murder. Because remember, a murder conviction, a murder is a charge that has to be what? Premeditated, properly planned. You have to prove intent. And the fact that the state, that burden of proof, the state could not prove it, that's why she was let go.
No,
why it is true. Hold on, let me finish. Hold on, let me finish. Hold on, let me finish. Hold on, let me finish, my brother. Why it is true that I personally have a different view with respect to the decision by the Supreme Court, but I will abide by the decision of the Supreme Court because at the time the court said there was not enough evidence why it is true that she was, because the Supreme Court overturned the guilty verdict. So why it is true that she was charged and she an appeal was made to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court overturned that because why? The Republic of Liberia could not prove beyond all reasonable doubt. And that's one. Two, the two cases are two different cases. And they are not the same. So you can't equate both of them.
So no,
thank you.
Listen, so all I'm saying is she was found guilty with the murder charge under the same legal system. And so I would assume that the guilty verdict was as a result of the evidences.
I like that word, assume.
No, but no. You know what? I'm telling you, it's not an assumption because she was found guilty. So what
you just said
assume? No. So let me take that assume back because the fact is, no. It's very serious. The fact is, you're saying that the murder case is more difficult to prove. I get that, right? But the prosecutor, the governor of Liberia, was able to prove in court that she murdered this young lady, for which reason she was found guilty. It would have been a whole different thing if there was a mistrial or if she wasn't found guilty. The Supreme Court, yes, this appeal, I would have expected them to say, based on the evidences, let's go back for a retrial. The case was not retried. A decision was made, which in my view was politically driven.
It was
under a new
politically driven,
administration
of course.
to
We're not gonna
overturn
pretend, yeah, it
a
was
guilty verdict on a murder charge. There was no retrial. There was no presentation of evidences. There was no new evidence that was shown in court. So I don't think you can compare the two. I think that case was politically driven, and I think that a political decision was made under a new administration to that the case against Gloria Moses-Scott was a political case, that the CDC government imprisoned Gloria Moses-Scott for political reasons, even though, again, I don't think that was the case, because the CDC folks had nothing to do with what happened in Gloria Moses-Scott's home when that young lady got killed. I made the same case just now. There are few people within the opposition who wants to politicize this case. I don't think it should be politicized, because the Unity Party government had nothing to do with what happened in Samuel Jackson's house. The police are supposed to carry out their function independently, and we must respect that, right? But to just overturn a guilty verdict after it had been proven in court, for you to say, well, they couldn't prove beyond a reasonable doubt. It was already proved beyond a reasonable doubt. She was found guilty.
It was, yes.
Thank you. 1 minute. Your name and where you calling from?
Proceed. Liberia case not near.
Let's your name. Yeah, go ahead. Start it all over, man. Your name and where you calling from?
Okay, Deconti calling from Minnesota.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Okay, so I have a curiosity. I listened to our IG speak on the case, and he talked about the blood had been cleaned up by whoever was in the home. We don't know if Mr. Jackson did it, but whoever cleaned the blood up. My curiosity is, we have come a long way in science and knowing that even when you clean blood up, there are ways to still detect when blood is splattered in spaces through bioluminescence sciences. Liberia does not use any of those methods when they do investigation. I am just curious if they're just only looking for physical blood, or they don't know that there are other sciences that they can go back and look at blood spatter patterns to while collecting evidence or forming their investigation. Thank you.
Good. Let me go to Victor. Victor, take a look at we are now in Liberia. We don't know what's happening there, but based on the collective, everything you have known from the Gloria Moses-Scott case to everything else, can you take a crack at this? The question that you just asked.
Yeah, I think the question you're asking is a good question, but the question I think the lawyer was speaking relative to motive. What would make one to want to clean up? Not necessarily using the blood spatter. Yeah, they can do forensics, and she's right. But I think he was speaking from that angle. What would drive someone to be overly concerned when your wife seems to be lying down bleeding? I think there are also concerns raised by others that Sam did not, in spite of the fact that he may have had a car or two parked in the yard. He said he waited for ambulance ever so long. People are arguing he could have driven the woman to the hospital. So those are all the things I think they will be looking at, motives. So, but the Gloria Moses-Scott's case, and even this case, I think some of the things that easily handicap our police is, their inability to secure and protect the evidence. I think the lawyer here, he kept on coming back to that motion in limine. And this is a motion that is very powerful because it can be filed by the defense to practically eliminate, reduce, remove some of the evidence that the police could have used, but only because the police has made this evidence so public, to the point where the defendant will argue that this evidence now is so impregnated on the mind of every Liberian that you may never find a juror who may not have seen these photos and other such things. And I think they're depending on these photos and other things, to make their case. I heard the defense lawyer also talk about, the fact that they believe the gash, the wound that was on Mrs. Jackson's head was put there by the hospital. And so I don't know to what extent, because it seems to me like the IG and the prosecuting team, they depend largely or to a heavy extent on some of the evidence that we have just seen to make that case, for manslaughter and negligent homicide and aggravated assault. So if some of this evidence is what they're depending on, and the defense moves to exclude this evidence, I think they'll really have, like Chief Tomalin was saying, they might have another lost case on their hands. So I think our IG and the team, they need to do a better job of securing the crime scene. I think it will make it easier for their work. But I think Gloria Musu's most of the stuff they were talking about. I mean, there were so many theories, that people were hiding somewhere, somebody with pepper spray, and all that stuff, So so all that stuff, when they eliminated most of that, I think the prosecuting team was left with pretty much nothing. And this case is building up almost to the same crescendo. And if all of this, he talked about this exculpatory, evidence, if it is excluded based on, Serena Seaford, he's a fighter. I think they're already declaring victory. If you listen to Seaford, you think this case is over. He's going to go in that courtroom, and he's going to. How he is.
I don't think so.
Exactly. So Chief Coleman and his team, they gotta try and protect the evidence a little much better. But that would be my input on this. But thanks to the two gentlemen, I think they did a brilliant job. I'm really proud. Yeah, I'm really proud of that. That we have such fellows in the Liberian community, and I'm proud of them. Thank you to Mr. Johnson and also Mr. Freeman.
The Musu Scott said, Gloria said, I look him in the eye and I spray in his eyes.
But she couldn't remember him.
Yeah. Wait, was he short, tall, black? I can't. Was he a white? Yeah, was he a white man? Yes.
I wanted to say something with regards to that question the lady asked, whether, if they don't have anything else to, identify, even though they clean the place and everything. But what I want to say here is that, our country got a long way to go. Because remember, in the case of that 14-year-old girl, they had to send DNA out of the country to be tested. So, I mean, our country, we are not capable. We got it. Maybe we got the manpower, but we don't have the infrastructure. We don't have the equipment and stuff to really investigate some of these things. And this is the reason
we're not putting our money where our mouth is.
Exactly. And this is the reason why a lot of people don't get justice. It doesn't bother these people at all. Government after government. When you come to power, when you want your people to get justice, you put your money into purchasing equipment and things so that you can be accurate in your investigation. We have to send DNA out of the country. And it took forever for it to come back. When it came back, we didn't get any kind of correct report, and they didn't disclose anything the judge of the man was not getting. So this is the situation we are in. I mean, I saw a box on the back of the police people when they were going to St. Jackson. I don't know whether the forensic evidence box they have on their backs or whatever. So, it's a problem for our country. Let's spend money on important things so that our people can get justice.
And let me get piggyback on what Sarah just said.
Mr. Jackson, before you piggyback on that, do you think, and I know for this, but that's my personal feeling, that the Liberian law enforcement deliberately sabotage themselves so they do not have to work hard enough? Because all you have to do is blame it. We don't have this, we don't have that, we don't have that. And people are buying this. This will be going on forever. Every police department coming, like the last time they say the House of Representatives and the police that went to FOIA, that trick cost them almost $1.2 million. So how is that possible?
And as you're passing it to Robert, there's a video circulating now of Senator Kehleboe Brown, my senator from Maryland County. He went to inspect the security forces in Maryland. They don't even have motorbikes. The whole Maryland County.
It's a robbery. They got to borrow a motorbike from.
And it's just in addition to what I wanted to say.
No,
these are little investments.
There's not big money needed. People can call in our country.
These are little investments that can help to improve the quality of life for our people. These little investments. Police does not have a criminal investigation lab. The country Republic of Liberia does not have a homoglobin machine at JFK. We don't even have or what's the other machine name?
God, man.
All of these different little technological machines that we can buy, that the budget of Liberia can support.
No dialysis machine.
No dialysis
Nothing.
machine in the country. Can you imagine? The whole Republic of Liberia does not have a crime lab. All of these little things, and all these people are holding key positions in government, and
of cases.
they know very well that the lack of this equipment are hindering their work. But yet and still, they sit there and they don't make the push for government to purchase these little things that will help to improve the lives of our people. And it's a shame.
It's a shame.
We are in the 21st century. We can't be talking about these things that other countries. Just imagine the last election. We had to get election machine from Ghana. Really? What? I don't understand.
I'm telling you.
Then what we have a country for? When little things that we can do for ourselves, we can't do them. And we always rely on people to do them for us. When will we stop feeding ourselves, then showing our hand for somebody to feed us? I don't know.
Jackson, let me make you cry more. For this budget here, the security sector, over $150 million.
On what?
Yeah. On what?
And the DA in Bangladesh, they got motorbike too. They can beg
Can you imagine that?
But
what $150 million going for?
Let me welcome let me welcome my other queen now. Jesus. Sarah, I know you want to be the only queen on here, but you got competition. Welcome, tell me. Welcome.
No competition.
No, there are 3 queens, oh. You leave off Fanta, oh.
Yeah. Fanta. That's it.
Yeah, man. Jackson, why you acting? You know, Fanta King, she dropped Pewee, then she left.
Again today.
I know people come out tonight just to
we just need to leave those two on one show just by themselves. Just those 2-3 hour show. And just leave them there on
stream. Off, and then she left.
That's right. Welcome, tell me.
Hi, guys.
But Mr. Jerome, before you bring Telvi in, because you're going to get Telvi 10 minutes to talk.
Okay.
Let me throw this in there real quick. I heard Mr. Councilor Freeman talk about, the kind of attention that these, well, for what it's worth, high profile cases like Mr. Johnson get. But I want to add to what he said and said this. I wish that in our own country, as we talk about foreigners acquiring Liberian citizenship and bringing investments and things like that in the country, I wish that not only do we give equal attention to cases as similar as this potential domestic violence case or alleged domestic violence case, because again, I believe that one is innocent until proven guilty. I wish that we give similar attention to attempted murder cases or murder cases when it involves a Liberian citizen against a foreigner. Because when that young lady who didn't have no popular name, don't have no money, when that young lady cried for her life, when the evangelist from the U.S., the white dude, almost killed that people's daughter in Liberia, Mr. Jerome, Mr. Nagbe, we did not see the LNP rush to her rescue to go and protect the crime scene like they did Samuel Jackson. And that was a Liberian citizen.
Yep.
That young lady had no reason to lie on this individual. In fact, facts was established.
Yeah.
And everything that she said were backed. Her mother, this man clearly had a relationship, an extramarital affairs. And he lied about his relationship. I didn't follow the legal proceeding in court, but the case, how rushed the case was, and how quick this man was acquitted, and how quick he was able to return to this country. It tells you something very dangerous, Mr.
Money was exchanged, Robert.
That in our country, we always said this, but when it comes, not from the criminal perspective, that there are foreigners who will come into our country and create heinous crimes against our own people, and the system does not protect them.
Her own lawyer, Robert, Jessica Lloyd, her own lawyer was negotiating with her to take the bribe from Lucas.
Absolutely. Look, but
the
it
man
was
who
offered.
Yes.
Yeah, it was offered, but he also told her going through the legal proceeding would be a waste of time because he already felt like the system was corrupt.
All of them were bribed.
Can you imagine?
Were bribed.
And she said one thing. She said, if you didn't do what I said you did to me, and this court, in my own country, have allowed you to walk, may good luck never follow you. She swear that young lady was crying.
I'll go for the video.
But you know what? None of the women advocacy group.
Oh, forget it.
None of the women advocacy group stood up. None of them.
And you know what, Robert? You know what? Lucas is a missionary.
He is.
He's a man of God.
Yes. And he was married.
Yeah.
But this was a white man who committed a crime in Liberia to a young Liberian citizen who happened to be a woman. This is the double standard of our system I'm talking about. So we need to be very careful. And this is the reason why Liberians don't feel safe in their own country. If you don't have money, if you don't have name, leave your own with God. This is a very dangerous thing to do.
That's a bit talk, yeah.
I think that's all. I think you said it all. I was running back.
Yeah, man. The women are calling over 5 times. Why is they again for all the talk?
You don't.
All right, go ahead, talk now.
Let me tell you, I told Mr. Gayman, I was coming on, and then I'm sitting in the nail shop, and they're trying to do my nails. I said, that's your juicy. Let me come up, I don't even want to get leave. And then I'm
It's good to have you, Telvi. It's good to have you. I'm just joking.
Yeah. No, I think interesting conversation. You know, if somebody say that this case is not politically driven, then I don't know who else they need to see. It is.
No, what people
highly politically driven.
They can pretend.
You know, even border. Sometimes you want to think even hate is involved in a way that because Mr. Jackson got sharp off. I would say, I will have really say sharp off.
You get Fresca.
Fresca. Tell me, even worse because he everybody only. But I am concerned about this case from so many angles. Let me sit up because I'm feeling too relaxed. So many angles. I think Mr. Louis. I think Robert talked about the jury selection. Yes, jury selection is not public and all of that. But for the IG to just explain about the process, to say, oh, this is the process we went through, just to make sure that it was independent, it was transparent and all that, they followed due process and stuff like that. But it's like everything is hush, secret, and there's some secret mandate to do certain things and stuff like that. I mean, people following the thing, it doesn't seem right, even for us, we Liberians, even abroad, Washington, even for the people in Liberia too, to think like, okay, what can I, if something happened to me, is this the secret process I'm going to go through? Is this all my family going to go through? And stuff like that. So it's concerning for me, because I love to follow these kind of cases. It's just really concerning. And then I like what Robert talked about, the advocates, they're selective. If I hit Robert and the police come here at Robert, guess what? I become that number one advocate. Oh, nonstop. I can't sleep. I auto police station with placard. I run whole force Facebook 7 to 7 on a 12-hour shift. But if there's somebody in my corner, one of my girls, one of my political party, whatever it is, oh no, I see it. I see everything else but that.
But tell me, man. Tell me, what is your political party? I really like to know.
You wish.
He wants to recruit you for CMC.
Who?
I
mean, I got some really good people in CMC. Ain't like every other party, CDC or UP, everybody. No.
He wants to recruit you.
Mr. Nagbe.
But your best friend,
just 2 days ago, somebody asked me
your
the same
best friend was a
question.
CMC executive.
Me?
Yeah, your best friend, Grace Garguah.
No, BCMC.
Hey, Robert, man. Robert, man. All right. No, Jerome, I go, man. Hey, Robert, 1,000.
Tell me, don't fall for it, Robert. I want to pour you into something.
No, my Robert.
You're trying to be holy or somebody said we're fasting.
That's a whole week.
No, but Grace is a good friend, and she's my small sister. I have a lot of love and respect for her. So that was a joke, and I want Sylvester Pewee to know what I said about Fanta, it was a joke. I want people to know that because I know he's getting ready. That was a joke. And Sefa here is typing in the comment section. Sefa did that Maryland is peaceful. That I didn't get no. And maybe he hear about Boyo business. I am from Maryland.
We don't like it. I'm from Maryland, so I know Maryland business.
I'm not ashamed to tell you.
Listen,
but I gotta say this though. I gotta give credit to the defense lawyer. I think they've done a good job to clamp up Sam Jackson. We all know Sam, but I think for almost 2 weeks now, I don't think I've heard a peep from Sam. Even today, I was holding my breath when he was climbing the stairs and the camera were all in his face.
Yes.
Sam did not say a word because I think he was making it difficult for himself.
Right.
So I gotta give them credit, for imposing some discipline on Sam. We all know how Sam can be. It can be very, very difficult to contain, but I think they've done a wonderful job so far.
No, I wanted to speak to a few things that people talk about. Oh, well, he had cars in his yard. What did he use his cars? And he was waiting for ambulance. My people, look, I believe for Shane Jackson because Shane Jackson cost me on focus on my brother. Let me go on record for that. So I don't believe for him, but I believe for common sense. But he get nobody praising up. He get nobody. But he was sucking to that. Then I was debate night too. So, but I have sense. First of all, if somebody relative in danger and his wife that he loves so much, we all know that. I know Mr. Jackson before that, just following on Facebook, what following each other, but I saw somebody who it's like life came back in him when he met this woman. You could tell that he loved his wife. Just love his wife. He loved it. Watching the play that somebody can be very but I'm saying that it's okay. Oh, tell he posted where I think what the men love it when I flower.
I know.
He not responsible. You know how he love you at home. Let it be flocked. But he loved his wife. And I was happy for him for an old man. It's like that girl brought life back to him. And he loved her in return. But I was telling you,
so tell me,
barely lift pull his trust up, but he has strength to lift that girl. That's how much he loved her. I saw love.
Let me ask you now, could that love be a part of the reason we are where we are? Because, like you said, there were jealousy involved. There were the INTT killing a lot of people.
I'm not supporting you.
The way you're talking, I know you in your office and Joe is not anywhere around. That's why you're talking like that, Jerome. Because you know what INTT means.
Tell me, I'm telling you. Our friend Isaac Jackson went and got a young girl, and look what happened. In the news there.
Wait. Who Isaac Jackson?
Sam Jackson.
Don't go.
I said Doe.
No, not a trouble is that.
Yeah, I'm talking about Isaac Doe. The CDC Isaac Doe. Sarah Dopoh Isaac Doe. He went over there with a young girl, bought her. I heard everything. And he beat the woman in the street. This is what I'm saying. Do not go out with young women. Don't be jealous. Listen.
15 say love it. All the attributes of
Tell me. Sam Jackson is 73 at 8 o'clock. That's his bedtime. They girl just getting ready to go to the club. So what kind of jealousy thing he was talking about? Jealousy was involved. You didn't know that you were going to be jealous.
Somebody wants to get for honor why he not investing. That's what it is. But I hear people say, oh, he got 2 cars. Why did he use a car? Maybe trying to save it.
And tell you.
You'll be trying to resource the thing. I'm just using the word resource again, but rather to help your wife. And at the same time, be driving your car. How? You know, you can't say it when we're not in that moment. You driver.
So why he said the police did when they got there? What the first thing they did?
I didn't go to that part.
He said they were looking all evil, whatever.
Breaking news. Breaking news.
What's the breaking news?
Well, our godfather has fired his Attorney General, Ben Bundy.
Oh, come on. Now, that old news.
That's good news.
That news is not spoken about on this head.
And that news is not
spoken about? I didn't know that.
No. Did we talk about Christian? Did we ever talk about Christian?
Oh, yeah, because he's from his state.
Did we ever talk about Ben Bundy? No. Did we ever talk about Mar-a-Lago?
No.
the being flipped.
Mr. Gayman cannot allow.
We're talking about. Okay, guys, you want to talk about it? Let's talk about homeboy.
Let me just wrap up my concern.
He's deflecting.
Put on the Jackson case, and then we can move on, because I heard somebody talking about the things that concern me. One of them, somebody saying, "Oh, he wiped the blood." First of all, if I walk in my house and my child blood flow wasting everywhere, I will order my sister or somebody else to wipe the blood while I take her to the hospital.
Yeah,
I will do that. That's my autopilot. That's what I would do. That's what my mind will go. Clean this from it. Clean this blood from here while I take your sister to the hospital. While I do X, Y, Z. So I think a reasonable, prudent person did just that. He was a reasonable, prudent person to do that. I don't think someone else say, "Oh, he was hiding evidence and this and that." The woman didn't die. But I'm not police. I'm not no information yet, but I got sense. But I'm just saying a reasonable, prudent person. And I am reasonable, prudent. That's what I would have done. I've seen other posts and arguments. People will say, "Well, he knew she was in the United States and he encouraged her to drink liquor." She was coherent. She was practicing law. She was advocating for people. She was not written off about state or whatever they say. "Oh, she's not sound, so she needs to be under the care of an adult." She was in her sound mind. She was laying in VIP and drinking liquor. She was in her sound mind. No medical person say, "This woman here, she got what they call, so she's not in her sound mind, so she need to be supervised." Why would you treat her like a child? I don't understand that. I don't care. People can say I'm being reasonable. I'm being reasonable as a woman. You have to say, "Oh, well, you knew very what she was. She had a seizure, and you allow her to drink liquor." She not your baby. You know what? They had a conversation, and she stubborn and tell me and said, "Leave me alone." Because at times I would tell boyfriend who else, "Leave me alone. I'm an adult. I'm responsible for my actions." She's probably one of those people too.
Jerome, I got a question for Telvi. Let me ask you this.
Go ahead.
And I agree with you. Sam is grumpy. We all know that. So I don't even know how that woman will put your win. But let me ask you this. Somebody raised today on, in fact, it was Councilor Yakula. She talked about the various things being released, including that the woman had she had drinking seizure. And she is saying that that could weigh against Sam as part of the negligence for knowingly buying alcohol for this woman, even though he knew that she had a problem. But here, and that is strong.
It's up for debate, Mr. Nagbe, because you know what? Again, she was coherent. She's an adult, a reasonable adult, her senses working right. She's not written off in court or by medical doctor to say she can't make some decisions. So would she need to be supervised? And so you can't let her drink liquor.
That's true. That is true.
If you study medicine, you understand that a lot of people passing around with seizure. I have a friend that has seizure from birth or whatever. We went to high school. Everything. She had those moments where she fell off and all of that. It's not that simple. It's a normal thing. There are people passing around with ADHD or anything around here. You're just aware that you will have those abrupt moments, and so that somebody need to be there to help you or whatever it is. Hopefully, you are in a safe space, whatever, be it in a grocery store, anywhere. It could have it anywhere, at school, in a grocery store, anywhere. So that's where you wash her, she take liquor. There's nothing in her phone that says that she got this medical condition, so she should not be like, who knows that she didn't go there are times that she went and bought her own expensive liquor. She looked like somebody that tell me who like good things. So still got to was buying the liquor all the time, but you know what happens when your child is bad, anything, even when your child too good, and they would say, "Oh, that you because you beat up a child for smoke."
Let me.
1 minute. Let's go to Tomalin, George. Do we have an announcement for tomorrow? You say who's coming on tomorrow?
Representative South Focal.
South Focal will be here tomorrow.
But the man was actually working in.
When the man and they shot him.
No, they didn't shot him. They shot a tear gas. But what?
At the border?
Now the man shot me.
At the border?
Tear gas. I mean, it was.
But they can't run to the pull out with a tear gas, though.
Strong man, you see these people. The man shot him.
But I have been, Telvi. I won't even go into details. But I have been. When Mr. Jackson and his wife recently got married, they actually came to my hotel. At the time I was in Buckhead. I was in Buckhead, and I watched them. He came. Of course, I know him. We kind of chatted a little bit, but I can tell you right now, he wasn't necessarily ordering cocktails for her. He wasn't ordering alcoholic beverages for her.
Girl, ordering her own cocktail. Give me
There
a
was a
double
time.
dose of it.
There was a time she came down to the bar by herself. I don't know where he was, but there were times where she would come down to the bar and order
The old man had gone to sleep.
order champagne, and things
Even
like that.
after 8 o'clock.
And I'm telling you,
we
we close pretty late. We close the bars are technically maybe sometimes 1:30 in the morning.
Oh, not too late.
But I think if Mariah was here, I would love to ask her, how could this possibly play out in court? Because again, she's speaking from an attorney perspective, right? But you also have to understand that the defense also will argue, and that's because I think I saw her share something like that, right?
Yeah.
How would you counter that in court as a defense attorney? Because the perspective of the prosecution is always different from that of the defense as well.
Right.
So I think one of the messages he sent when one of the episodes happened, he was talking about the fact that she was drinking more than she was eating, which impacted the seizure and the alcohol withdrawal as well, right? So can you, even if your wife is an alcoholic, can you legally, how do you go about ensuring that she doesn't drink, even if you don't have alcohol in her presence?
But we don't people homes to know what conversation they have, back to back. And somebody can say because you alcoholic, the doctor didn't bring her father to say she's an alcoholic, so she should not drink. Because doctor will write like that. Because of your health condition, you can't do this. Don't take it. Don't smoke. Don't do this. If that's the case, then I see how somebody can say, well, the doctor wrote there and says so and so. But if I'm saying I don't have diabetes, whatever, if I have a condition and the doctor says I can't do this, and I said as an adult, even though the doctor tell me not to do it, but I'm an adult and a stubborn adult, and said I drink my liquor, then somebody will hold my husband or somebody responsible for not stopping me.
But tell me, we don't.
Every day I go into work, I got some, I'm making decisions on my work and in business and everything. How am I responsible? How is my husband or boyfriend responsible for me drinking, even though my doctor said I'm not drink?
But just to buttress that, as a food and beverage manager, we do not. It's not a liability. We do not get held liable for serving someone who is considered to be an alcoholic. We get held liable for over serving guests, because there are things that we're supposed to watch out for when it comes to someone who could possibly be intoxicated. So when we train our bartenders and our servers, they are empowered to look for these different signs to say, I cannot serve you anymore, or even someone who has a high alcohol intake to say, if I've served you 5 or 6 shots of a particular whiskey or tequila or vodka, I can make that professional decision to cut you off. But if just because someone is an alcoholic, we don't care about asking anyone to prove or to show doctor knows that you cannot be served. Even if doctor says this person cannot drink, how are we supposed to know that? Right? So that person can still go to the bar as long as they're ID and meet the age requirement. They can still go to the bar and get a cocktail, and no one knows if they've been banned from drinking. So it would be interesting to listen to her. How would you?
Yeah, I'm curious to hear her perspective on it. From that or whatever it is. But one thing I know, and I'm not change. I see nobody here, not even he paying me to come talk his case. Like somebody say, I see to put you on payroll. I say I don't need his money. I can live on my $1 paycheck. But the point there is, we got sense to kind of all of a sudden hold another adult responsible for another adult who making her own decisions every day. That's crazy. That's
going to be difficult for them to prove.
No, she's in her sound mind. She's making decisions to drive to work, to come out from work, to make business decisions.
Many people had
to represent clients. Because I understand she was a lawyer, even she was not happy. She's making decisions of a high-level thinker. So you can be responsible for her drinking and whatever it is. And we don't know what conversations they had in the background, in the bedroom, in the showers, about, darling, you need to slow down with the drinking because you already got existing condition. We don't know that. Okay, we got the conversation because we got one bad child, right? So even the child who want to know you're a bad child, even if the neighbor beat that child today, because that child be bad, that child wrong. But Mr. Jackson has a good lawyer, legal team. I know I'm not a fan of Serena Stevens, but I like the guy. He knows his stuff. That's what I like about him. He knows the law. You know, so they were doing that in court.
Tomalin George.
Yes.
Let's get to Councillor Jackson. I want Jackson here if we can get him. Isaac Jackson is is the guy that I want here. We have not had him for a while. Get to us. I know I always say we should get Isaac Jackson, Pewee, and
Infanta.
It would be a Royal Rumble. We would need to get him.
That would be a seat to watch.
No, Jackson, it was Fanta. I won't advise him to go back and forth with Fanta. Just how I wanted to tell Mr. Johnny the last time, just stop wasting your time. Just stop. Don't do it.
She got on a Johnny skin.
Yes, and what happened at the end? It's almost like women. Listen, just stop. Sometimes you just gotta know. You know what? I'm not. Let me.
I said, check out big words. We used to host a lot of SKTV. Just the big words, and it made me laugh so much.
No, we need to bring him on though. We really need.
Yeah, we need to bring. Johnny got out of character. Everybody was shocked.
Yeah, he's always cool head. I was surprised. I think he
yeah, you see.
Yeah.
The loafers on the director were too strong.
Yeah, the loafer thing. I'm telling you. Well, guys, we got 13 minutes to go. Let's start closing. I wanted us to touch on this one, but I know this topic too big. They said mounting resistance to Boyka's NDC pig deepens. Everybody, every integrity organization, everybody saying this guy is bad news. It's not just from politicians, not from parties, just across the board. I've never seen a nominee. Everybody in the country, except your tribal men and women. Everybody say you're not good.
Mr. Gayman.
That's a red flag.
That man was strategic. Boyka put him there to represent his interest.
What?
That's what it is. At the core of this is to represent his interest. He wasn't going to put you or somebody else out of opposition or whatever. I'm just calling names. Because that man will represent, other than the love affairs as I call it, they represent interest. But I like the way every time I open Facebook, it's somebody saying we reject this. But unfortunately, that doesn't hold in the house, right? Because the house member, they will do it. They will vote him, and he will be another one going in merry way.
Yeah.
Wow. What? Let me tell you when they got that the chief himself. The chief said this man has the right to be there. We keep telling you guys, not because it is right. It is morally right to do. You can't hide behind it where it is legal, so I can do it. So somebody say if somebody bring into your house, you can either the castle doctrine, you can shoot and kill the person. If a drunk man came and broke your door and fell in your house, he's not any harm to you. Will you just take your knife and kill him and say, the law gave me the power to do this? Sometimes things are legally right, but morally it just doesn't smell right. This is one of the cases.
But Mr. Gayman, over time, you have seen that this president, what I noticed, in fact, some of my guys were telling me the other day, before the holiday, he was on the way to Foya for the holiday, and he was telling the guys just off record saying, "Your thing I care. I don't watch social media. I don't listen to y'all. I don't care what you say. I don't even mind you guys." That's why he has this. He had class reloaded, the Mika press briefing to do the job for him. But what I can say
that he may not watch it, but they gave him the summary of the shows and the discussion.
I know. Yeah, like what I can say. What I can say is that honestly, these guys will get to realize that the arrogance, the entitlement will come to an end. Look, and just watch it.
Eventually.
A veteran journalist was telling me the other day. He said, "Tomalin, I watch your show." He said, "You don't see my name on your show. I watch it on YouTube. That's why I always like to put it on YouTube." He said, "But all I can say to you guys, you should not break that show now. You keep it up on the 2029. Say you're going to understand what I'm telling you. There will come a time people will beg your guys. They'll say, my man, won't come on the show. We'll pay him to come on the show because your message, by that time, you have expanded, and your people will be listening to you all over the place, and they want to be heard too. And because people won't listen to you on MICAD and on because they say they're all pro-government. You see, they'll listen to you guys because you guys have a broad-based audience. People from all walks watch it. And you'll be surprised. I won't call the man in, because the man's a businessman in Liberia. The man in Liberia, what he got to do, he got spoon, closing argument. Every day, he watches 2 shows a day.
Jesus.
So the student asked, but what he said, I won't be informed because I keep an eye on too. And some people do it. Tonight, people ask me for the YouTube link. People do it. But it'll come a time where you want your message to be heard, because when somebody says something about you want to come and clarify, because you'll be in a particular locality and people will be talking about you. And you'll say, oh no, how can I react to it? But it'll be late by that time. So right now, I will continue to give you guys the credit. Everybody will have the time to take their time and come here every night to come and engage. It's good. People listen to you. But for the fact that they accuse the same person, we are not the press conference, which are one of those who have a problem with that. I thought he would have spoken to the country regularly, would have been a good thing. But Baga too, Baga is there now. What Baga doing? When he get to the airport, they ask him one question, he just answer and they take him away.
And who a camera people working put the camera right on his head first, put it on his face.
In as much as I'm not a fan of Trump, but Trump, I give him credit. And the first person I see in my left hand, that I talk to the press every day.
Yeah, but that's how you survive.
Talk to the press. No,
the man likes the attention. That's how he survives.
Even the woman he fired, even last night, giving the speech last night.
Mr. Gayman, you can attest to that.
You were tired. You could tell that Trump was tired last night. You were giving that speech. You're very tired.
Why is that no Palm Bundy?
Because Mr. Gayman is not a real Republican.
When I ask him,
what do you mean, Robert?
When I ask him,
he's not a Republican.
He has Republican, have what?
Yeah, he's not
you say not true. But at the end of the day, before the day will end, he fired the woman. And you see, right now, I know Tulsi Gabbard, P. Hessek, and Cash Patel, they're already on the. I know all of them worrying. Anyone we can go.
I'm making just act though.
Because we keep doing.
I like that sound of him though.
But let me get my closing, man. Let me get my closing.
I like it.
I gotta do my closing too.
Go ahead, Rob.
Great show, man. Great show. The show was firing. I enjoy Mr. Freeman and my boy Alfred Johnson.
Oh yeah, Alfred is good.
So
man.
yeah, great guys. And you know what? I just want to reiterate that these are 2 Liberian professionals, and this is why whenever people talk about, oh, we don't have this, have we reached out? Have we done our due diligence? Because there are professional Liberians across the globe in every sector of life. So if there's anything that's lacking, all the government got to do is just reach out. Or we need a Liberian with an expertise in this area. Okay? Reach out. Pay the people where to go. The government got money.
They got money.
Yeah. Pay the person where to go to Liberia. To give them a specific task. And pay them for their time. You don't have to pay them thousands of dollars. But I'm sure even if you said to them, we will pay your way, give you accommodation, give you transportation.
You need a political will in the way.
We give you some kind of honorary to go and train. They will do it.
That country,
they will do it. They go for 1 week. They will take that 1 week vacation, go and come back. That's how you empower Liberians in the diaspora, and this is how they give back to that country. But we're not doing that. So shout out to both guys. I really think Mr. Freeman should get his license in Liberia, because imagine if I got in trouble in Liberia right now. If I got in trouble in Liberia right now, not a small thing. I'll need lawyer. I know I got Mariah already there. I got one of my.
Look at CFOS.
I got one of my hosts. I can't deal with no. CFOS is very inconsistent.
He knows the law. I'm not saying on him, but I like that part of him where he knows the law.
So, but great show. Shout out to the Lone Star, my second favorite team in the world. Lone Star came from behind and drew with Libya 2-2.
Oh, Today?
No, it was yesterday. It was yesterday.
I've been had time. Thank you, Robert.
Yeah.
What?
No, it was on Tuesday. Yeah, Tuesday.
Where they had a game in Libya?
No, it was playing class.
Well, what your first favorite team, Raul?
In Morocco. My first favorite team, Manchester United.
Oh,
yeah, I like Manchester.
And then my second favorite team is Lone Star all the way. So the team
who's scored Liberia?
Oscar Dolly and Mr. Bob.
From Turkey.
No, he's from Czech Republic. The boy from Turkey, the 19-year-old kid, Prince Mata, was the one who actually gave the assist. 19, yeah. So the team looks very, really good. You know, we just need to appoint a coach. Christopher, where is the standing coach? But I'm receiving information that there was a white coach in Morocco with the team. Credible information, but they haven't announced it yet. And you know, your man Chris Tapper was there, the Unity Party chairman, who is also the chair of the. Luther Tapper was there. So the mobilization team, even though, listen, for me, I don't care. If Lone Star qualify for the AFCON next year, we'll give credit to Unity Party, we'll give credit to Joseph Boaka, and I think we all just want to see our country succeed.
Oh yeah,
that's the biggest. Yeah, that's the biggest thing. So
Joseph Boaka said he love you.
Guys, April is a very historic month. Guys, listen to this. We're going to celebrate, we're going to remind, and we're going to discuss our history real quick.
Mr. Gayman.
People don't laugh.
But follow it now.
April a bad one, like bro. Dog. April 12, April 14, April 6. Bad time. Yeah, before the one when you had it here, is it trouble in like trouble?
You know, like trouble time.
Yeah. Yeah. Fellow citizen. They try to pose it on Kamara sees power. Somebody was in hiding. There's no escape for him. You call the men and women of the armed forces. The John has a Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Well, we grew up here in those things all the time.
Oh, yeah.
They start getting panic state.
You can hear anything.
You can hear it?
Yeah. Put your phone to the speaker, to the speaker on your computer.
Who talking so?
This is President Torber's address after the rice riot. I'm going to send it to.
You must send it to Myean play.
I'm going to send it to Myean. The right this year put up something. He was asking the question. He says, knowing now what we know, was the coup necessary? That is a question that he put out there. When these people were indicted for rampant corruption, murdered, if they were to come back today, the same things we talked about are happening now. Was the coup necessary? So April 12 and April 14 is coming up. We want to remind our young folks who were not born before then, or who were young, a piece of our history that we should never forget. Hopefully, we will never repeat. And for those who were in power, who were around, who witnessed why these people were murdered, and continue to pillage. You are guilty for rampant corruption, nepotism, all of those crimes that Tomalin was charged with. We have to remind our folks. So Radness here wants to know, can we justify, based on what's happening now, can we justify the coup? So this week, we are going to be playing some of the historic tips, and we're going to opine on them. Some of these things are very difficult to listen to. We got loved ones that were killed. But we need to discuss this to remind those who are in power that other people lost their lives to get them to where they are. And yet and still, they don't care. Chief, this is our closing. Mr. Victor, you closed already, right? If not, go ahead.
Not yet. No, thank you very much. Let me thank the two gentlemen again. And thanks to TCA for this public service. I think that a lot of clarity was, brought to what is going on, and our present thoughts with the Jackson family, and I think Komalu family as well. We hope, that this thing comes to some closure, even though a life has left us, will never come back. But I think the apparently our police is finally beginning to, I think, to find their find their bearing. So good luck to them on the case. We'll be following. On the last question you raised, Jerome, was the coup necessary? Absolutely. All right. I would say that unequivocally. The coup was necessary. I'm sorry, Tomalin?
I said a progressive talk, always
no. The conditions that necessitated, that precipitated the coup, unfortunately, some of them are still with us. Now, you were asking me whether, the lives that were lost, was that necessary? No, all of that, none of that was necessary. And that is regrettable because these are all Liberians, but our people suffered. Do you understand me? Our people suffered. And
they are still suffering today.
They're still suffering. And that's why I said, that unfortunately, the conditions still persist today. But that doesn't negate the fact that the coup was necessary. It was. And I'm not saying another coup was necessary, but it's just disappointing that the reasons for which the coup was made. Now, I have to remind you, the coup makers have.
Tomalin willing to dialogue with y'all, but y'all.
No, he was not. No, he was not. Tomalin, you know better than that. You go and talk to Aberport. No, Tomalin, no. You go and talk to Aberport. He will tell you Gary Matthews was willing to even call off that demonstration on April 14th. The president was in no position to negotiate. He himself, he would be legal. And you know that. The TW people were on his tail. They didn't want him to. Yes, Tower reached out, but he didn't. He couldn't stop the force that was coming down from uphill. He couldn't stop the TWP people. So I think we'll have this discussion for another day.
Yeah, I think so because I want to ask Mr. Nagbe though.
Yeah.
Because I think the most important question, and I won't attempt to dismiss the suffering of the Liberian people. I think the difference here is that the mindset was that those people were suffering at the hands of what they call miracle Liberians.
Correct.
That the native Liberians were not given the similar opportunities in strategic areas, and they were suffering at the hands of their oppressor. The question that I want to know now is that the suffering that we're suffering right now, the native Liberian leadership, I think to some extent one will argue it was unnecessary or not called for because these people came to power, or they should have come to power to provide or to end the suffering of native Liberian at the hands of miracle Liberian. Have they done that? They haven't done that, and Liberians are even worse off today than we were then. So the question is, where would we have been had the coup not happened? And then you can argue, like the progressive will argue, well, we don't know what that answer will ever be like because we had to do what we had to do. But we are worse off now than we were then.
So
I think
let me say this.
One minute, guys. Your name and where you calling from, real quick.
Just wondering. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Question, right?
Yes.
The question asked by Rutland C. The coup was not necessary. I'll give you two instances. One
from
from Alhaji Kromah and one from Allen. So when Alhaji Kromah appeared at the TRC, he gave an information to the Liberian people that J. Nicholas Podia was not in the know of the execution of the 13 men, which of course was not true. Then Alhaji Kromah came with the same thing. Cyril Allen said, when they went to see Podia, Podia was not in the know of the execution of the 13
But
men.
you're going off tangent. The question was the coup necessary? You're talking about the coup makers. That's not what we're discussing here. We're talking about whether it was necessary for the coup to have been made. I think that's the question you should address.
I agree.
Mr. Nagbe, the coup was not necessary. The reason why I'm going there is that some of the information that the progressive gave as it relates to the coup and their participation in the coup, and what Robert said earlier on, that we are not better off than we were yesterday, it's just the honest truth, Mr. Nagbe. Just say, for instance, your progressive brother, Bacchus Marchi, man who fought for change, became a public relations officer for OTC. What was OTC job in Grand Bassa? OTC was bringing arms and ammunition to Grand Bassa, and he became public relations officer. So the coup was not necessary. Neither was the progressive even prepared to change the prevailing trajectory.
Okay, thank you.
So,
okay,
Mr. Gayman,
right? But you gotta give it the
hold on. Yes. Listen, I'm coming to it. 2 minutes, go ahead.
So based on Mr. Nagbe's argument, the management have agreed that on April 12th, we have a very good show here. Mr. Nagbe will be one of
bring a panel.
I'll be here.
Yes. I think you should bring a panel.
April 12th necessary. Mr. Nagbe will come with his own group. And the group will be there to say to oppose.
Yeah, but somebody, y'all gotta be fair now. Y'all gotta bring other progressive who believe that the coup was necessary and give that.
We'll reach out to Deacon Carla.
Yeah, we'll bring a group and we'll bring out the group that said the coup was necessary.
I also believe that it was very necessary. I thought it was very necessary, and it's interesting.
Jack gave her 2 minutes. Why you think it was necessary?
It's very interesting of the caller to pick on JV Kromah, of all the people that he could have listed. Why JV Kromah? Like, no, I mean, like, it's such an easy pick. Like, why? This guy was not at the top of the list, yet you hunted these people because you thought they were not Liberians and why they would come into Liberia and steal your resources. Like, that was just very cheap. That was very cheap. Look,
so give us 2 minutes. Why do you think it was necessary?
Thank you.
Yes.
And as Fanta is saying, Robert, look, if we are judging what is happening today, right, as a function of what the progressive did, then I think we misunderstand the whole process. The people today who are in government, most of them were no part of the progressive movement, and you know that. And I said here 2 years ago, the whole process, was hijacked.
JB part of the progressive movement. JB.
Yeah.
Yes.
Tomalin.
Yes.
Joseph Walker was even a member of the UPP, but he was a nominal. He was not an active member of the progressive movement. And let me come here and defend that.
UPP.
No, UPP. He was.
I understand that, but I'm saying to you, President Walker was never an active member of the progressive movement.
No, don't qualify him, Mr.
Nagbe, we got to. You know,
we got a good start on that one.
We had a select few. I seen the American Liberian ruling over the majority of the people. You have the same thing happening today. You have 103 people in the legislature ruling over the whole country, and I'm saying to you, the same conditions still persist. But
the difference is they're all native Liberians.
You asked why I believe this was necessary, right?
That's 1980. Liberia have been governed by the indigenous,
not
right?
Not true. That is wrong. Charles Taylor ruled this country for X number of times. He was not a native. Judy Grant was not a native. No, hold on. Ellen Johnson ruled this country for 12 years. She's not a native. You can't tell me Ellen Johnson is a native. So when you say that is wrong.
So we currently have a native.
Yes.
Wait. So can I Can I give my reason why?
Listen, this one will be a tease. It wasn't meant to be discussed all the way.
No, this is a tease. This is a tease.
I want to tease in there. Fanta, go ahead with your 2 minutes because that's all. With your 2 minutes, it's a tease. You don't exhaust the thing now because April 12 and April 14 coming. We're gonna discuss it. Go ahead.
Not April 12 and April 14. Why so far? This is important.
No, right. we say we're leading up to it. We're leading up to it.
Oh, Mr. Gayman, like you cannot put just about topic of it's too relevant.
But just a tease. But listen.
Yeah,
let's give Fanta her 2 minutes.
Fanta gotta say why.
Go ahead, Fanta, please.
Yeah, so you have to take into consideration that these people who were truly refugees came into a nation that had established groups, established order, and oppressed them, ruled over them, had a one-party system when they finally got independence in 47, since 14, then 22, established Liberia as a state, 1847, independence for hundreds of years or over 100 years. Ruled the native people, even though they were tolerant with them, very similar. And I know you are going to say, oh, conspiracy theories, but it's very similar to the Palestine and Israeli conflict at the moment. These people were European refugees, came into a land where nobody wanted to take them, went into the people's land, and you can, if you study history, you only have to look this up and see them on a ship, docking into Palestine. It was the same thing. The quote-unquote American Liberians were refugees who came and met the Mandingo people, met the Vai people, met the Bassa people, met the Gola people, met these people. And because these people were tolerant and hospitable, as they've always been, they took that as a weakness and took advantage of them and ruled over them, oppressed them. They even sold them into slavery. I know Liberia never sold or Liberia never participated in the transatlantic slavery, but the American Liberians sold the native Liberians as slaves. They also trafficked them and removed all of their citizens' rights for over 100 years. You tell me, Tomalin, Mr. Gayman, and anyone else who disagrees with why that coup was very necessary, you open your house to a stranger, you feed them, you clothe them, the very next day they put a gun to your head. When you have the opportunity to exert or revenge, will you or will you not take it? Yes or no?
Okay, so no. You know, and it's not a yes or no question.
No, tell me why.
Here's what I want to put back to you. Everything you just explained, right? Again, I would not attempt, that's why we need to have an in-depth conversation about this. Because the perspective of Mr. Nagbe and others who were part of the progressive is difficult for me. I'm not, I wasn't.
We'll talk about my perspective, right?
Yes, okay, so your perspective, they oppress them, they rule over them. Everything you just mentioned is happening, and it's happening worse. We talk about,
but you're not addressing whether it legitimizes.
It doesn't. It does not legitimize. But the purpose, the question is, was it necessary? And I think the bigger answer, the bigger thing, the bigger picture to that question is, are we better off today than we were when it happened? Because the very things that, the very reasons why the coup happened was to completely end the oppression that you talk about, the enslaving of the native Liberians that you talk about, that those American Liberians or those refugees came and they did. So now in our country today, in 2026, I'm not even going to focus on the ruling of Judy Bryant and Ellen Johnson Sirleaf and Charles Taylor. Today, Liberia has been ruled for 12 years now. After Joseph Boakai, 12 years by folks considered native Liberian, right? And the very thing you talk about, Liberians are still refugees in their own country.
Well, Robert, we are talking about two different things, right?
Guys.
Yeah, but if we went to war, to end something, if we went to war to end something, and
I got 2 minutes, and you're stealing my show.
What's the purpose?
Well, Robert, like we're talking about two different things.
Fanta, you're 2 minutes. But Rabbi, you finish closing. So this was just a tease.
Jerome, do me a favor. Jerome, do me a favor. I got a joke.
every time I hear Mr. I'm going to talk about the coup, it sounds like I would wake up. Check how when we hear beg or rest, I feel like wake up.
Okay, 1 minute.
I knew you were coming. I knew you were coming. I was waiting for you.
Yeah, but they show over now.
Yeah.
Look in the chat group. I put a poem there. I told someone to take
I come to read it. I come to read it.
That point. Read that point.
1 minute, guys. We will read this poem after
The
we read
poem by Anthony Barclay. The poem by Anthony Barclay.
Yeah. Anthony Barclay poem is coming because
that point necessary today.
And I got another poem that I'm going to read in 1980. Came out. It called "When Things Chakla, It's Chakla."
It's chakla for the rich. It's
chakla for the poor. It's chakla where dog and cat can eat in the same pan. We'll discuss that. So there was a lot that came out of it. And it reads, a group of men, big and tall, said they had a noble cause. So they took time out to pause and made a big plan, oh, so grand, to free the loving Papa's land from greed and despotic rule. Some of these men were well schooled. Others were easily fooled. Society ills, they sermonized. Problem galore, they analyzed. In hasty trials, they penalized. Men and whom they criminalized in the cause of the people as the struggle continues. What is the struggle? What is the cause? Who are the people? Those are the questions as the struggle continues in the cause of the people. This group of men, big and small, face the task to rearrange all the ills to make a change. Their plans for change were so ideal. It made the masses think it was real.
That is the poem. A poem written by a guy who is asking what is the struggle, in whose cause is the struggle continuing.
Yeah, but that is the point. To change everything, rearrange the country.
Yeah, but Tomalin,
but the poem is not even done yet. The poem is not even done yet. The poem is not done.
Do we still need to hear more of it?
This is a tease. This is a tease. We will bring all this together. This is a tease. Guys, let's bring all the poems, all the songs, because I mean, for those of you who were not there.
Look, Jerome, let me say this. Then I will leave you. When your father had to sit down in the middle of the town with taking in cow dung, do you understand me? Because he couldn't find 25 cents to pay hot tax. Then you understand why the coup happened. You understand me?
Listen,
that's what we're talking about. We're talking about, you know, Black riding women.
That's a valid point.
Robert, you're not close. Robert, you have closed. Tell me, you're close.
Tell me, can I close for you?
No.
No. I mean, I'm loving this, but I think putting a panel together will be a good one. So yes. I'm listening to you guys. I'm trying to go back in my head to see who I know that can be.
Please highlight Jomo Jala. You see, this is part of the reason why the coup was not necessary. Another native man selectively praising his own native hero. And why highlighting the other native man who didn't do well? But his current native man he support right now there. Ask him, what has he done?
Worse.
No, like it's very sad because I mean, and there's a famous quote that says all revolutions are conceived by idealists, implemented by fanatics, and their fruits are stolen by scoundrels. And that is so true because you have people like
you know who reminded of that recently? Not Mo Ali, the one who succeeded Mo Ali. I mean Moda.
Yeah.
He reminded us recently of the end. You're so right. You know? But we'll have another day to talk about this.
Tell me, close, my man, you don't see my
show. I get also animated about it.
I love it. I love to see him like that. I love to see him.
We expect progressive. You are disciples of Vargas Matthews.
Anyway, let me say hello to my friend Safaya. Okay, I'm gonna come midnight. Safaya, hello, yeah.
You know, Mr. Gayman, when I heard you playing that song, I'll be very honest. I felt a bit traumatized because, you know, growing up, I was a little child. But when we heard the anthem, we knew it was time to gather around the radio, the TV. But no, so much trouble in time in Morovia. So gonna cool, so gonna trouble were coming. So every time it just took me back to, you know, little girl days. So
Yeah, people can't talk about the whatever, the coup and the different April 4th, April 12th, all those. For me, it just brings
man,
back bad memories.
it depends on when you heard that song. Sometimes that song when we were playing, it was time for you to go and me. You're busy or close.
No,
they were now waiting for you at home. You had to go home, right?
It was time to go and execute people on the post the next day. People who have to teach you to go up here. All those bad things. That's how we heard. Like that's how we heard those bad things.
So speaking of the coup, look, let's be honest with ourselves. The history had the country has a bad past. I mean, we cannot divorce ourselves from that. Can you imagine? It was 1964 before the rural part of Liberia became counties. There were 3 provinces, So I mean, we should put all of that into context. You know what I mean? Because if you look at like I found out the other day, that when you go into Kotiton, Mr. Nagbe, that they got Sergeant Colliton, they sent the frontier force there to put up a barracks because they're fighting Suakoko. I became Sergeant Colliton.
Absolutely.
And
SKT.
And there were former presidents that were forced out by the Moravian elite because they were trying to integrate the rural land. Yeah. So all those things were part of all the things were brewing. And then President Toba inherited those things and he had to confront them. Was the coup necessary? Change was necessary, but let's ask ourselves, was the coup about change or was it about power? So that's the question that we do ask. Because
I think that's a good question.
The latter.
You know what I mean? Because you see coup, you get changes, but then it just became a power play along the way, and we still live in the past. The execution of people.
Yeah. You're right, Stefan. It depends which side you look at it. There are people today who praise Charles Taylor. We lost 250,000 lives just for Charles Taylor to come to power, and there are people who really believe he was the best president ever.
Yeah, so was it a change?
Depending on which side you look at it.
Yeah, was it about change or was it about power? Let's ask that question. Was this still about change or power? That's how to look at it.
I think a good example of that is even like Ghana, because Jerry Rawlings did the same thing in '79, right? And look at Ghana today.
Well,
for the same very purpose.
I want you guys to.
You had to do it twice.
1980.
But let me close so you can discuss this part of the politics. That's the part I don't like. I like history.
I want you guys to. I'm coming. I want you guys to take this to heart. We talk about history here. Let me let you know.
Let me close now, so I can hear you.
I'm coming. So when you close, we close the whole show.
Oh Lord.
It says here, indigenous Liberians became official citizens of the Republic of Liberia in 1904. Just think about that.
Yeah.
The indigenous native Liberian became citizens of Liberia in 1904. Okay, close.
I think it was a very good show. Just having to our professionals. We don't appreciate our professionals enough, but in cases like this, just to have both of them come take out the basic schedule, to just break down the law, the case, everything around it. I think it was a good show, and we really appreciate them. We hope that they can do it often, and we'll be following and see where. What the whole thing, what the outcome going to be. But like everybody else, on the both ends, I think it's a loss to both sides, the white family and all of that. But I in my closing, I'll be very curious though. Since this case here, let me speak like bring up. I love that's a place I let it go. Okay, you don't hear it more family ever get press release or press statement or anything. I've not heard anything from this family. It's been very concerned. We are all African people, no matter so African, whatever it is. I haven't heard nothing from this family. It's been very concerning. Only the embassy. He's been very concerning. And then another thing, I closing, but I'm passing with A. Another thing that's been concerning to me too, actually, Kromah did not address that, where the family, the embassy say, okay, after your autopsy, release the body, we're going to do the funeral. Where do they stand now with this request? Given that Mr. Jackson's being charged, take some time to go to court, blah, blah, blah. What is it? Okay, you go to, right now you're in jail now, so guess what? Your requests don't count. So we're taking the body and taking it off, sending it off. I'm curious to know about that. But anyway, we'll be following. And for those who are Christians, I wish you a happy Easter. Just see, I got my Easter nails. I'm ready. I'm starting early. So.
I think TCA should try and reach out to the woman's family in South Africa, see if we can get somebody to come and talk about how the family is feeling, know about it.
Right. I'm curious, seriously. Yeah. We are African people. I mean, that's not common, for the family to just be mute. I don't know.
Tomorrow is Good Friday. So tomorrow, Fanta, Victor, you'll be very nice tomorrow. Tomorrow is Good Friday.
You'll be nice, so our Good Friday.
You better be good.
I'm always nice.
Wait a minute. Fanda was fasting here and yo giving her all the hard time.
No, I will be moving for our Jesus. Father, have mercy on us. We'll be moving for our
Christ. I love you.
But listen. Liberia is the most praying country, but we are the most
wicked country.
And the most sinful country in the world. You're closing, man, so we can go.
Yeah. I couldn't get on the show. I doing some. I got some extra thing I'm working on, but I listened to the show. It was good. I mean, the two guests provide a lot of information. And right now it's at a point it's in the court, so we'll just wait and see. That's all we can do. I mean, we can pontificate, but when we go to trial, that's what we'll find. I think Mr. Jackson will go to court tomorrow. I don't know whether those charges are available. You'll probably see it in post bill.
Yes.
But something, it comes down to.
Stefan, let me ask you. I'm sorry to interrupt. You think IG Kuman just trying to pay debt on Sam Jackson? Why is he always saying to school on Friday? And they're going to jail him. They're not going to release him tomorrow.
No, but that's what I'm going to say.
The whole weekend in jail again.
Oh, he's spending that weekend in jail.
No, but you know what? That's what I was
saying. Friday not a half day.
But
nothing happening tomorrow.
But that's what I was going to say. We need to do criminal justice reform in that country.
Yes.
If you have an indictment on me and I come to the police station, I shouldn't sit there for 4 hours. We'll go to the court.
Seriously.
And you shouldn't send me to jail. Yeah, I mean, go ahead.
They was by design. They were by time because they knew it was by design.
You unseal the indictment, you arrest me, I go face the judge. So why should I sit in the police station for 6 hours?
Exactly.
It's supposed to be a priority case. So it's to take it over.
Yeah.
Why they always calling this man 11 o'clock? You all notice that you always get a time stamp. You must report by 11 a.m. I talk about this going on. So why 11 a.m.?
Today,
don't go there. Let me start talking.
I was talking to Tomalin, and there's something that the IG, okay. When they found out that when they decided that was a foul play and they're doing an investigation, that was his work. But when it get to indictment and the court proceeding, that's the work. That's the work of the prosecutor.
You're right.
So the press conference, that wasn't the deal. Wasn't at the press conference.
Absolutely, that was not his purview anymore.
That was not the purview.
The man when they say I go to Bodo, he know he responsible for inside business. He carry himself to Bodo.
Yeah, so when it was indictment, I mean, you would be there to answer some question pertaining to the investigation. But anything pertaining to the court matter, you can't answer the question. So why the DA is not there?
I think our IG is too overbearing. The man got went to the border. He didn't belong to the border.
Basically, but you know what I mean? IG Kromah is not trained. I don't care. This man is not trained.
The man didn't go to the border. You didn't see him at the border.
Okay, he went to enter the border. This man is not a trained police officer.
He went to FOIA.
They say he to have her. He went there. He came by. He was in police for 7 months.
That man didn't go to. He didn't go to Harvard. Don't let anybody fool you. He didn't go to Harvard.
So I mean,
I would say I would say about our friend.
Let me see.
Yeah,
that was it.
It's in court. It's in court. They will present the evidence. The defense will try to poke hole in it. I know Liberia's kind of different. The defendant can either choose a different location, he probably get a different county, or probably choose a bench trial or a jury trial. So let's see. It's a long process. It's a process. It's not an event. So.
Okay, Tomalin, George, you're closing.
Yeah, my closing. Let me say this. I'll come back to it. I know you provoke.
He's the boss.
You
the queen.
Yeah, you the queen.
Yeah.
I know you Mr. Nagbe, Mr. Gayman, you provoke a debate. People are now texting me, it will be good for this thing. I love it. It's good. But let me say this though. The coup, I will say this, and somebody just called me, the person made a good point. And the coup plotters, were they prepared for the change that they were struggling, they struggled to bring about as this claim to the coup? Were they prepared? Because what happened? Don't forget, a semi-electric military man, Samuel Doe, took power, and he looked up to the progressive who were around him. He put them around him in the cabinet. You watch Doe first speech. Who are around him? All the guys that were in prison, were around him. So he expected them to help him to form a government. But what they did,
Victor Nagbe.
He chased them out.
What they did was
All those people left by 1981. All those people left by 1981.
You sound like you're guilty, man. You sound like you're guilty.
When it took over, do get an opportunity to say, well, get what we have done. But instead of them to come and help the man, they allowed Do, when Do realized they were not serious, Do took over, say they put not ready. He's like kicking their apart. He had Famule, he had Tipote, he had Oscar Kuya, he had Gilbert Bacchus Matthew, he had, I mean, you name them. The progressive class were all, they had all the cabinet position. Even Baka became a major in the armed forces of Liberia. They all were there, all part of it. But what they did, they say rampant corruption, misuse of public office, and everything.
Nepotism.
Today we have gone worse than what they did. Okay, let's admit a fact. But I mean, like Sylvester said, I mean, we saw she was necessary, but through that means you taking 13 human beings and put on the pole, and you fire them broad daylight, and you say you are changing the country? No, we reject it. And we say that on April 12th, we'll come on the platform and we'll make the case why the coup wasn't necessary.
Thank you. Thank you, Fanta. Take us home.
On April 12th, I will mark it on my calendar. We'll come on the platform and debate why the coup was necessary. Absolutely. Look. So my last one the time was playing the ball. It definitely impacted us. So it was very necessary. Let me and just to say, because this is so important. Look, when you have, unless you're in that position, and I don't know where you were during the war, but unless you have been in a situation where you don't take shower for I don't know how many days, you are subjected to someone else's a rule on when you can have a meal to eat, when you can. As babies, I very much remember that during the war, and I can just imagine the natives and the Liberians during the time that they were oppressed by the Americo-Liberians.
That was not your generation. You don't know when you were born, so no, you can try.
Oh Lord!
He ain't got birthday. You know where
he won't lie. He won't lie to us that he was just born. Man,
I think we need to invite Joma Jala on the show. I really think like we need.
Give him really what on the board. That good question there.
Was the coup Liberian made?
Yes, we will discuss that.
That's
a good question.
Yes,
that's a good
question. I don't think that's a great question. It was not Liberian made, but it was necessary. It was not Liberian made because Doe was associated with the CIA. According to the TLC report, the TLC testament, one of the guy, and I called his name the last time, who was very close to Doe, he said the person that actually pulled the trigger on Torgbean was a white man. And there are CIA reports, declassified documents showing that Doe was engaged with the CIA, and Charles Taylor was also subsequently. But that's a very good question, a good component to cover as well. Look, we have to be very honest with ourselves. The movement was hijacked, and Doe was supposed to be the guinea pig. Well, he failed because he didn't have the proper credentials to truly administer or govern in the way that the people actually needed. People were really seeking the liberation, that they were desperately seeking. And the reason why they started that movement, it was hijacked. And him being the face did not do it any justice. That's why, like yesterday, when the topic came out about Dr. Moniba, who served as a vice president to Doe for 4 years. And you're supposed to be...
My vice sister Fanta. There's a mystery in the coup. Let me get a historical fact. The first person that was wanted right after the coup was Major Jebo. There's a documentary coming out about the coup by this Liberian film, Jerome Barkley, and there's a little clip. That's my cousin. I will find a way to get on the show when he's available. Okay. There's a little clip that he got with Richard Topoh. Richard Topoh said Jebo told him, say, they won't kill you. Well, you give me 50, man. I can save you. See, he went what? His father Frank told he was living what, Perry Street or Clay Street. Went to a powerhouse. He said, oh, he went straight to a power. He said, oh, the people say they bring the coup. He said, yeah, I know. And then I will also share Wilfred Clark TRC hearing. That's how you know. That's how you know how deep the coup was. Wow. And don't forget. And don't forget, this coup was to eliminate the two-way party, right? But let's ask ourselves, not a single Totman was arrested during the coup.
Exactly.
Wow.
Exactly. And very interestingly, like probably if I just leave me in the they just very quickly. Very interestingly.
I'm
do you know
Fanta, I got a question. Somebody text me a question. Is your father a Momo Kamara?
Yes, my father is Momo G Kamara.
This man said you sound just like everybody said you sound just like Momo Kamara. If that's your father, I will ask her on the air.
Yes, that is my pops. 40 years with Ministry of Public Works. So we not swap on the country.
I said people George Toto poster up, people are posting. I kind of agree with Victor Nagbe to a point. But 1983, when Dopoh brought John Ramsey in the mansion, that's when they started to get rid of Mr. Nagbe people.
Even 1981, it started as early as 81. But even the racial letter he wrote and all of that, when those started, most of the guys are already left. But we'll talk about this. This is we will talk about this.
Okay.
We're not happy where we are, and we
just leave
talk
it.
About how we got here.
Leave it right there. Listen, guys, I'm sorry I brought this thing. I shouldn't have brought this thing up.
No, you're not. No, you're not. You meant to be up here and stare the whole thing. We had a good conversation. You had to come and put this here. Now we can't leave. We're here now.
That's time part 2 on the show.
Anyway,
hello.
It's a teaser.
You got a call?
We'll call him. Hold on.
It's a Gongloe? Okay.
It's a Gongloe guy.
We got Kehleboe Gongloe. Abraham Gongloe.
Yeah, the 2 regular callers. The 2 regular. And look, and honestly, if you listen to Wilfred Clark TRC hearing, Wilfred Clark said they nailed the coup. He drove to TV Annex and he picked up Patrick Minicon. He said, I call him Pat. And Pat and myself were on the phone with Gabriel Moore. One the walkie-talkie went off. Then I told Pat, they killed him.
Oh.
Then he said, yeah, I would say that. Then he said, we got to the first gate, that mansion gate by the university. He said, we're there from midnight to 6 in the morning. He said, what are you doing? He said, look, man, I'm an intelligent man. I can't talk in the open. But Wilfred Clark was never arrested after the coup because, he was the Minister of National Security. He wouldn't got arrested when he got in an argument with church people. So, there's a lot of deep things that happen in that country there. Just watch things.
Man can't talk at all.
Man can't talk all.
I was saying somebody's number. This person was your babysitter.
Oh Lord!
Yes.
He nice to that person, Fanta. He nice to babysitter.
He's crying on the phone. He's crying on the phone.
You'll stop. If Fanta had a babysitter, that means Fanta was an elite.
Yes.
Very good.
Very good. You see,
when I was like this,
didn't they get what she for keep Saboso? What will let Key Saboso? What is second grade in the history book? That's how let Key Saboso.
Yes. Who's supported the progressive? Who's supported you?
Oh, we're going today.
Hold on. Who's supported? What do you mean?
Listen, Victor.
The whole country.
You remember when they
in the 2 parties supported you?
Listen. When the journalist asked Chad Taylor, they said, listen, it's in my book. Read my book.
Jerome, please give this caller a minute, yeah? Please introduce yourself.
We charge him 50 cents per minute. Go ahead. Go ahead, caller. Your name and where you calling from?
My name is Roland D. I'm calling from Arizona.
Go ahead.
I heard that some people saying that the coup wasn't necessary. Yes, that coup was necessary. If you have a bunch of people that put in a system for 130 years, oppressing the majority, and you guys some of you guys sitting over there saying that the coup wasn't necessary. When our grandparents were living with the Congo people, throwing Chimo away, selling donuts, they couldn't go to university, and you sitting over there and saying that the coup wasn't necessary. That coup was necessary.
I was saying the link on the day with Pierre, Roland. Don't worry, you'll come up. I was saying the
we
link.
need to do from now to the 12th.
If selling donut was a
reject that. you know the two that you know.
But somebody say join the show, yeah.
You know,
electric fire.
The coup was one thing. The coup was one thing, but eventually change was going to come. It wasn't going to be protected.
I agree with that.
The coup was one thing, but eventually change was going to come because that system couldn't last. Because
I agree.
Let's just be honest. The number of tribal people that were getting educated and sophisticated, it was going to overcome the system. I mean, you're
talking about J. Bernard Blambo. I mean, a lot of them. You're right.
It was inevitable. It was inevitable.
Yes.
Exactly. I agree with you 100%.
Now, did they have to be as violent as it was? No, it didn't have to be.
Read the book. Read the book. Don't bring up. Read the book, guys. We'll see you tomorrow. We'll be here tomorrow.
Please give us a link to the documentary so we can watch it before the show, please.
Our guest tomorrow will be Honorable Safoko, Firebrand. He will be here. Victor and I accuse him of being shot. We'll see the bullet one tomorrow.
He said
so he was shot by who? Flanzamita?
No, he said
that's what they do. They brought 15 and said, "Let me leave from Flanzamita. How can Fibeka Calabar shoot you? You die."
I mean, that day we were driving from Yekepa to Monrovia when that news hit. We spent 3 hours in Banga. The people shut the gate down. Then they say, "Oh, they arrested Flanzamita in Mount Bagley when they released the gate." The guy tomorrow reading, watch it in EFBC, the man reading name, he called it, etc.
And that could you know what they're reading. You're late on the mail. Yeah. He said, and that couldn't go. He said, and that couldn't go. Can you imagine? And that couldn't go where?
I got my view. Harry Green.
He said, all you want to do the my line to play a tape. Now, all you want to do.
That was Julu. Not Julu.
No, sorry.
You want to play a tape.
The one like he said he saw Don it says flow chewing chicle.
Yeah. I remember that one.
I said it said chewing chicle.
All of the person who was actually there, and saw this, Ellen Johnson, who saw all of this, thinking that she was going to be better. Like she set the principle, right? Yeah. This was the opportunity. This was supposed to be the news since we condemned Charles Tiller. She who served in the government was supposed to be changed.
But you know something, Fanta? Even Mr. Nagbe and Jerome, I mean, you got long on the 2 years. None of us saw Ellen in an executive position until she became president. Because when she was finance minister, yeah, but I mean, she was. I mean, I talking about being really in charge. That was her presidency. Because all in the 80s was advocacy.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And Ellen benefited a lot from the progressive movement. When she came to Philadelphia and delivered that speech, they didn't stop there and call the whole PRC bunch of idiots. When Doe was going after her, it was the students especially and the progressive community that came to her rescue. You understand me? And you know, and right now, we said that
let me ask you
she practically abandoned the progressive community.
So let me ask you something. What did they used to put in your blood? Are your local your people with early arrow and you want to challenge them?
The way I heard it, man. Some of our parents used to carry chimbo. And why you never used to go to the toilet to poo? You used to go to the chimbo.
I think that's how many?
I mean, you get by no chimbo in you get by. You flush it go.
And every native that boy, we never grow up. Boy John, boy Peter, you always call a boy.
No, but who y'all?
Listen, guys, they were just a teaser. Let's do this tomorrow.
Minister of Finance on the Tolbert. Minister of Finance. She was Minister of Finance on the Tolbert.
Yeah, have a good night.
I'm a hardcore vibe man. from Gaula
district. The queen vibe man. Don't go that far.
My pa from Gaula, my mom from Tewa. Hardcore vibe man.
Oh wow! Then we must be related because my grandmother from Tewa.
You're connected now.
Yeah, I'm Papa and Tewa.
Your grandmother that family
passed away. My grandmother passed away.
Yeah, passed away.
No, Safa and Fana related. Yeah, you're good.
Yeah.
So.
disappointment. Now the vice president often tell me, since he got a seat as vice president, how many persons have I recommended in this government to serve in the government as presidential appointee? 0. Every appointment in Nima County was done by him. He and I would discuss something as a brother. To implement it, you will bypass me and do different things. I don't talk on it.
Now you need to deceive us. The thing we saw, it frustrate us. So why can't you lie? Why can't you steal? Why can't you allow the citizens to be? You see, we just tell you that why we voted you. But you fool us. You screw us, you use us and later on abuse us. So why? The government should lie. Why? But that's the question that we ask.
The good person in our whole United Party that President Parker. You want to say that again? The only person that appreciate good among all the United Party for that President Parker. The rest are ungrateful. The right, they use you and dumb you. But President Parker, if all of them were taking the President Parker and behaving the President Parker, United Party will have another chance in 2029. Just for now, they do not regard people that help them. I'm not.
3 of our soldiers were executed on this party ground. 2 at the back and 1 right at the headquarters. The man who shot and killed our people today is a darling boy in the Liberia National Police. They brought him back to shoot more guns. Get ready to shoot. Because we challenge the status quo appropriately.
Inform them in the violence or any student because of their action. It will be the day the entire Brothers administration will call down. We will massively violate the students in this country and we'll shut down the Brothers administration. The day that happens, we have the capability to do so. And if they think this is the renovation project is a joke, let them try it. The fall of the Brothers administration begins with this. If they think they will tumble on any student in this country or at the university like Boy and Water with impunity, while our children saving opponents and logic in the Western world, while we are subjected to agile power and bad learning conditions here, and the thing will say. In
the first 100 days, no car will get stuck on a major road in this country. And I mean it.
You say it out loud?
It's going down. First blow. There you have it.
That led to decades of war still run deep. But so too does the longing for reconciliation. A reconciliation defined not by political bargaining or by an artificial balance of power by tribe, region, religion, or ethnicity, but by the equality of opportunity and a better future for all Liberians.
Boga can lie, the government, all the ministers in the government, they can lie. They don't put all hustle, they put hustle, they lie. Everything they say, they never say the truth.
Today, the supporters of His Excellency Joseph Boakai presents him as a poor man from Lofa and asserts that he will understand the plight of the poor people. Fellow Liberians, do not be fooled. Vice President Boakai is not poor like you, not even as me. As Vice President, his office received more money from the government budget than any other Vice President has received in Liberia's history. He has enjoyed some of the best and most lucrative government jobs.
There's this, what I call sort of vicious lie about the fact that Mr. Kobe is gay or bring gay lifestyle to Liberia. It's complete bullshit. When people can accuse you of stealing people's money, when they can accuse you of being involved in the war, anything, people don't make up stuff. They don't make up shit. Excuse my language, right? So it's complete nonsense. I'm married, 8 Teresa, 2 children, 5 grandchildren. I believe in traditional family values, so it's complete bullshit, complete nonsense.
Young man, vice president, young man that vice president, the man just stole 500,000. I mean, Jamaica, the man just went to, I forgot that Jamaica, the man just went to Ghana, the fit, and the man bring it all company in the country. I mean, Kun, they can't reach himself. Kun, man, you know, Kun, but I want to sophisticated, quiet, hardcore rule in Labro. But Labro,
when 2029 come and pass, then you finally leave. Mission is completed. Now, what the rules of engagement? When the war ended, the guy said, the captain, the commander said, mission complete. There wounded outfits, all men on board.
Everywhere there is no school, I will put school. And everywhere there is school and school in bad condition, I will renovate it. I told them, towns and villages, everywhere, you will have lights in a town for children to play, for people to see. I told them, every town will have safe drinking water.
If Charles Taylor is the problem, he will be out of here in the twinkle of an eye. And I say, let well-meaning Liberians come home. If we respect this constitution, a government formed in Accra is a violation of Article 1 of the Constitution. Let them come home. Let that government be formed in Monrovia.
The government that kept the rule, small, then rule, B rule, all kinds of dialogue. I think the reason Joseph Boakai will not do much because the old man, the papa is suffering. The papa loves the country, but he can't make it. The criminal there around him, they sophisticated than him. They are sophisticated criminals, so they can't make it.
Your league Costa, God know how to pay people. It's just simple. Costa that accused everybody here but himself. Everybody, Joe, we join, we accuse Joe, he killed Joseph Boakai. Boakai still living. Joe, no, you leave better. He named Senator. He almost made Joseph Boakai president until he screwed up. We gave God the glory. Yeah. Well, Boakai, when he screwed, he said, oh, we don't want to make sure we fought for him to be reconciled with the president. And then the people who fought for him. Look, Yoli Costa, you come. And Costa was in a podcast, he said, they don't been calling me. Okay. The time you were calling me for me to carry the president, Boakai, did I put it on radio? That immaturity to do what you're talking about.
And I guarantee you, when we finish, there will not be a winner or the loser. Today, we all wear the jersey of Liberia, and the victory belongs to the people, to the peace, and to our democracy. As we begin to build upon the foundation of this new Liberia, I, George Seleke Kromah, the new president, will first give thanks and praises to the Almighty God for the blessing He has bestowed upon our country. And I say, my people, thank you,
When you elect on 85 irresponsible men, what happened to our country? We elected on 85 irresponsible men to govern this country, not to be very irresponsible.